to Nicholas Angel, expert in hand-to-hand combat and high-speed pursuit.
Right. You've been making us all look bad.
They reassigned him.
Statistically, Sanford is the safest village in the country.
3 people have died in a week.
Accidents happen all the time. What makes you think it was murder?
You're saying this wasn't an accident?
Have you ever wondered why the crime rate is so low, and yet the accident rate is so high?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bust this thing wide open.
Here come the fuzz.
Gunfights, car chases, and that's what I'm talking about.
Pew, pew, pew.
Bang, 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 man.
Bang, 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 bang. Ah! So, I would ask you how you're feeling, but I know the answer is going to be shitty. So,
Yeah, you know what shit feels like? I feel worse than shit. But hey, we're talking about Hot Fuzz, so I'm happy. I'm happy to be here, ladies and gentlemen. So, I mean, for you guys in the chat, I am sick today, which is why I sound weird. May not give you my all, but I will give.
no, he's gonna give
max.
it his all. The all just might be a little lower than
Basically, yeah. But how you doing, man?
I'm doing decent. You know, last week I kind of I stupidly didn't eat before the stream. I fixed that, but I have this now. So in case of emergency, I have a Snickers bar prepared. So that's going to be a permanent installation on my display over here. And now if I ever get in that situation again, I will smash the glass and I'll have a Snickers bar.
That's fucking fantastic, man.
Hungry, why wait? Right? You know?
Yeah, you're not you when you're hungry, man. That's it.
Well, it's really me. But actually, you know, we have this is our first sequel, well, sort of, because it's not really technically a sequel, and we brought back everybody and an additional member for this panel, so I'm really excited for this.
An additional member who was supposed to be on this.
yeah I'm gonna start calling my schedule the two host schedule inspired by Rennie, because this is the reason why it's so over the top, is because of her. Why are my knuckles always cut up? What? That's because they're not cut up. They're just scarred.
Dark Hour is a fighter. He's a fighter, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a fighter, so it happens.
But you know, how are you guys in the chat? I hope you're all doing well. We see all of you, all of our regulars, and a couple of new faces that I haven't seen personally. Welcome to everyone. Apologies for being, I guess, 12, 13 minutes late.
It's Melvin Deeply's fault, actually.
Yeah.
He asked us to postpone it for a pizza, and I take pizza very seriously, so I did that. But I think we should probably get the guests in. So what do you think?
Yes, we should.
First, we have making his second appearance, since he was, everybody, like I said, was on the for Shaun of the Dead. So everybody here is a repeat guest. For making his second appearance, we have the Emperor, Jay Goodwin.
Indeed.
What is up?
I do not own the 100-meter sprint record in the academy. No.
Oh. Man, you know, I actually did. I think I ran like 1.4 kilometers in 5 minutes. That's like my max record. I think, yeah.
Do that. Can you do that in real distances, please?
Yeah.
Oh man, what type of weird ass conversions is this?
By the way, I have my cranberry juice, you know, for the stream.
I mean, in high school, I ran a mile in like 4:30, but
I'm still technically running the mile run from my senior year. I never finished it. So
is that yeah?
So I'm
pacing myself. I'm pacing myself.
The pacing is immaculate.
Yes.
But yeah. So
wait till he gets into the kick at the end. It's all going to be good.
Next on our list, the person who was supposed to be on the Shaun of the Dead stream, but I completely forgot that I had asked her to, and now I'm making up for that. And that she is actually, this is her 5th appearance on the show, so she's a 5-time ho, and that is Rennie L. What is up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Doing good, Rennie. Well. And yourself?
Pretty good. I got plenty of sleep, so that's a plus. And I got to rewatch this movie last night, which I forgot how much I loved. So, yeah.
Hell yeah.
And there, I have to address it. There is a rumor going around. Are you married, Rennie?
I must be honest that yes, Yes, I am.
Okay.
2 months ago, celebrated our 1-year anniversary. And yeah, we're still
Congratulations.
happy newlyweds at this point in time. So
Yeah. When do you officially become not a newlywed? Like when does that conversion?
It's like the 2-year
5
mark,
years?
right?
Oh.
According to the Newlywed show back in the day
I
that
don't-
they play
yeah.
reruns of. So
All right. Well, I still need to find myself a wife. So hopefully, a few years, then I'll be a newlywed.
Then there'll be there'll be a litter of uninspired kittens.
Yeah,
you do have plenty of time. You're still a youngin.
that's true. That's true.
No, it's good to have you back on, Rennie. It's good to have you on for the not quite sequel to the movie you were supposed to be on the first time. So
Yeah, no, I'm glad you remembered me this time around. It means a lot, man.
I have over the top. My schedule is so packed with details about everybody now. It's getting uninspired calls me at least once a week and like, dude, what are you doing?
Yes. It's either if I don't call you, you call me and say, "Hey, man, check out the schedule. I added like 10 new things." Like, all right,
I added a new category.
It does. It looks like CIA dossiers on everybody
Oh
that's
my
going to be
gosh.
here. Yeah.
basically.
Next, we have making his second appearance in as many weeks. Actually, this is not particularly common, but he's also a multiple-time ho. I think it's his third time, and that is Mr. Jedi Brooks.
Hello. Congratulations to Rennie for getting married. And
Thank you.
congratulations to Dark
A
Hour.
year ago.
Congratulations to Dark Hour for getting a Snickers bar.
Oh, dude, that Snickers. I might just eat it anyway. I'm not even hungry. I just like Snickers.
If everybody remembers, this guy just died like literally on stream, but his body.
Well, what happened? So
his body
let me
saved the rest of the shot.
Let me explain that a little bit, okay? I had ordered food and it got here too soon, so I was able to smell it the whole time. Had it gotten here the half hour later, I would have been fine. But I was just like, nope. I'm now. It started the process. I can't.
You were like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
The pizza places do. They pump out the smell throughout the vents.
A lot of restaurants
Yes.
do that.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, they like
To
they
To
have
make you
like
hungry.
they have like a system that does, goes through their like vents.
No way.
Yeah, that's a total thing. At least it used to be. So
No, it's true. I'm not even
Yeah.
legit. Because you're coming home with groceries, you had no plan of getting pizza, then you catch like a big whiff. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna get a slice. It's good for business.
Damn.
So,
all right.
How you doing today, Brooksy?
No, I'm good. I was just talking to Mark the Cyborg and X-Rigger. I'm going to be doing like some editing for her, so it's cool to meet them.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. That's awesome,
Nice.
brother.
Yeah. Because we're in the same city. We met on EFAP. Like he mentioned an Asian mall, and I was like, wait a minute, P Mall, because there's this flea market, this big Asian flea market near us, and he just mentioned that, and then we realized we were in the same city, so we've been friends since then.
It's cool. Like I found out I live like really close to Lofty Pixels like recently.
Yeah, you never
like,
know.
We live like an hour apart. It's like but yeah, speaking of our next guest, it's someone who argues with Lofty Pixels very often, actually, now that I mentioned his channel is in the top 1% of ASMR out there. And he recently figured out a way to constantly stream with the president of Mexico, I noticed. So we're gonna bring in Little Platoon.
Evening.
Anybody who pays attention to his Twitter got that last joke.
Just a slight correction. I don't argue with Lofty. I correct Lofty. But otherwise, yes. How are you all?
I'm doing good, man. What about yourself?
Yeah, it has been a week's, truly one of the weeks. So I've not actually had time to rewatch this film, but I think I remember it. So we'll test it.
Oh my goodness. You sound exhausted, man.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. Busy.
Well, you don't have to really. The good thing about the way that we do it is we have so many slides and clips. If you haven't seen it in a while, you'll be refamiliarized. You've been on before, you know.
I know I've seen it enough times. I'm sure it'll be fine. And
Yeah,
I
hadn't
basically
seen
in
it.
that village, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'm going to be asking a lot of British Village questions for you, but I hadn't seen the movie in like 10 years, so like when I was rewatching it, there was a lot of little things I hadn't remembered. So
of course, this is a movie that the rewatchability on this movie is fantastic. That's why I had no problem rewatching it again last night. But just looking out for little things, like there's payoffs that you like, and like paying attention to the setups for them and all the tiny details in this movie. Like yeah,
no line is wasted, man.
Yeah, it's such an efficient script.
Well, I mean, I guess we should go around the horn here and let everybody tell us about their the first time that they were introduced to the film, since we kind of started that already. I'll let Jedi Brooks go first because he was already kind of like getting to there. So go ahead, Jedi.
I remember the very first scene when he's walking into he's walking right into the screen. You know how the movie starts. I remember like literally hysterically laughing before the movie had even started, just realizing that that's Simon Pegg. I'm like, oh my god, what are we in for? And like just the effort they took to make one of the best exposition scenes probably you'll ever see, because you're basically getting his internal thoughts of all the things that he's thinking about before he should be getting promoted, which is what makes sense for him to be thinking about, but then getting his whole backstory as efficiently as possible. And like all the little details that they show in that, he pretty much does throughout the movie. So like that's one of the many examples of this being such a fantastic setup and payoff movie. I watched it right after Shaun of the Dead, like just back to back. I've never seen The World's End, oddly enough. I still have to get around.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Don't worry, that will be added.
I'm going to watch it. I feel like just because this is probably turning into a trilogy. I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
Yeah, that will be in the 2025 schedule, which I'm already building. So
hallelujah.
Yeah, it's one of the few comedies I'd say is just like brilliant, and I think it's one of the best ones ever made. Like it's so hard to rewatchability for comedies is extremely difficult, and rewatchability is what I'm all about for movies, and this movie has it.
Let's go with Rennie next. Why don't you give us your introduction to the film?
Yeah, I've been raised on like UK humor all my life. My parents were very big into Monty Python and stuff, so when I saw the advertisements for Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead, they were doing like a double feature. So that's when I got to go see them, because they weren't really huge here in the States. I had never seen Spaced at the time, so I didn't know who Simon Pegg and Nick Frost were, but I laughed my butt off, even though I needed several bathroom breaks because I almost peed myself laughing. But I really enjoyed seeing both of them. I was like, where have these guys been all my life? They're hilarious. Really enjoyed the connection between the two movies, and especially like the taking the shortcut stuff was done differently each time, or the fact that it's like, oh, okay, so this has a different cornetto in this movie is it's a different flavor or whatever, but just to see the difference in characters as well. But yeah, we'll talk about those scenes later, but some of my favorite scenes, I'm like, oh man, it's so wrong that I'm laughing at this, but it's so funny that I can't help but to laugh at this scene. So I really love how they call out like the small town mentality, so to speak, because I don't know if you guys have ever lived in a small town, but at least in America, some of our small town ideals are a little weird, and they do kind of have that idealism where it's like, oh, we govern ourselves, or we do things here like this in this city or this little town, and it's really weird. So they really do exploit that a lot in this movie, and I think that is amazing, and they do it with extreme hilarity. By the way, Timothy Dalton really steals the show, or steals the scene in every scene he's in. So, man,
so good.
I didn't even know he was in it, and then when it started, I was like, "Oh my God, Timothy Dalton's in it! He was actually a decent Bond that didn't get a good shot." So yeah, I really enjoyed
Timothy Dalton's fantastic in this movie.
This is the first movie I saw Timothy Dalton in, actually. So yeah, man.
Oh,
it's a good introduction to him.
Well, yeah, that was a treat.
He's having so much fun, and he's so confident, and it's just like it's nice to see an actor just enjoying himself with every line of the script. I like it.
Yeah,
it's especially funny because like he plays like, and we'll get to it obviously later, but he plays like sort of a red herring. It's not even a red herring in the movie. It's like
it's this dude.
You even call it.
You would think like when you see his character, right? Like he can't be that much of a narcissist, or like that like big of a that much conceit, or that conceited to think he's going to get away with all this stuff, and then it's like, surely he's not doing it because they're making it overly obvious that he is doing it, but then he is. So it's pretty good.
Yeah,
they really did a good job.
one of the best details of him is like the fact that when he's driving by, he's
music.
playing the music that's taunting.
relevant.
Oh, yeah,
always
yeah,
matches
it's always relevant to the
yeah,
scene. that
Romeo for the
happened.
first one, and then Fire for the second one, and that's that
Yes.
smile is just, oh man, he nails everything.
You should have passed by. It's like, burn, baby, burn.
Something like that.
Jay, what was your first introduction with this film?
So I had seen Shaun of the Dead, and then some friends of mine were like, "Dude, you need to see Hot Fuzz," and they were like, "It's the comedy is so great in it," and so I watched it, and I think I think we talked about this in the last stream. From a writing standpoint, it's really hard to have to write comedy so well. That there really are no loose ends, even though almost every character is absurd in this. The setting is absurd. The general plot is absurd, but everybody kind of takes it seriously. There's so many good setups that are even if it's at the very beginning, it is going to get paid off in this movie at some point, right? And so there's always callbacks that are sometimes they're just little winks, and you catch it on like the third watch where you're like, I see you. Oh yeah, okay. But I think the interesting thing, well, so one thing is I would love to buy like on the auction market or something like that, a piece of scenery that was used in this, because I'm pretty sure that Timothy Dalton's bite marks are going to be all over it, because he chews every bit of scenery that he is in, right?
Oh,
he is just chewing it up. But there's so many
quite literally in one scene.
Yeah,
actually.
quite literally.
Yeah,
in
I was
one.
gonna say, hold on.
Yeah. But the number of so you catch a few people that are repeats from Shaun of the Dead playing entirely different characters. But you also get a lot of classic Brit actors that you hadn't seen in a while. So my wife had not seen it, and we sat down and watched it last night, and it was interesting to watch her watch it, right? Because she's kind of keeping track of things, and I like pausing and go, "Do you recognize this person?" And she's like, "I don't think so." And I'm like, "Okay, well that's the Equalizer." And she's like, "Oh my God, it is!" And then as we keep going through, it's this person's from this person's from that. But I think the one thing that kind of fails on rewatchability for me, if I'm just watching it purely as a comedy, it's fine. The thing that kind of falls short for me in comparison to like Shaun of the Dead is that it doesn't have an underlying. I mean, the truth that's there has been turned up to an absurdist level. That doesn't happen in Shaun of the Dead, and so I think this one goes far more comedic in its satire of cop movies and small town life and the characters involved than maybe Shaun of the Dead does. That would be the only thing that kind of makes this lesser for me.
And some of the choppy editing as well, man. Fuck it.
There are moments where they like the cinematography is really good, and then there's ones where it's like,
Yeah.
You're talking about like the fight scene at the end, like being like over the top. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, there's a couple of sequences like early on where like somebody will go to sit down and it will cut to somebody else sitting down, and it's like it's like.
I mean
it's very well
that's good, but I mean
Yeah,
like
that was actually
actual
entwined
choppy
really well.
editing.
Just in
I mean
terms of-
like proper choppy editing. I mean like you have 10 different cutaways.
Well, that's what I was saying.
to one
Sometimes
person running straight. It's like oh god.
Well, that's
this
what
is
I was
jarring.
saying. Like sometimes, like it kind of runs the gamut of the two. Like it has really, really good cinematography and editing at one point, and then at other points, it's a little. Like
It's like the same type of editing that worked in one scene is being used inappropriately in another, right?
Yeah, basically.
But I'm just gonna touch on the tone real quick. It's damn it, what the hell was I gonna say? I just lost my sentence.
I hate when I do that.
Yeah, it's just gone.
You think about that, and we're gonna get little Platoon involved.
Yeah, let them tag in real quick while I retrieve that. Whatever the hell it was. I had it, but it's coming back. Go ahead, Platoon.
Oh, you touched on it very, very quickly indeed. Yeah, I do not know when I first saw this film. It wouldn't have been at the cinema, I don't think. I vaguely recall my friend's mum bringing a DVD round. So I think that would have been the first time after. So it would have been out physical before I saw it. But it is one of those ones that I don't even know how many times I've seen it either, because it is one of those that you can. There's immense rewatchability to it. I'd probably push back on the suggestion that the sort of realism is pushed to the point of surrealism in a way that Shaun of the Dead isn't. I know it can seem that way largely, I think, because Hot Fuzz is kind of a reaction at the time to American style cop dramas and how big and grand and epic they are. And essentially the foundational question for this film is why is it that the UK doesn't have these huge, big budget, massive cop dramas in the way that the US does? And actually the truth of that, at least at the time, was that, well, it's actually the truth comes through in the film itself. The United Kingdom is a weird little backwater in the world, and most of our little villages, which comprise the majority of the country, have these weird little social systems, and they're very self-reinforcing, and they're very much isolated from even the bigger metropolitan areas like London. So like, this is one of the reasons that when he's sent down from the Met Police in London to Sanford, it's seen as being this massive step down. But actually, he's going to what was at the time the reality for probably the majority of the police force in the country, and it's also the experience that most people in the country are familiar with, living in a smaller place than a big city. The comedy comes from that juxtaposition with the American style high drama and the very English mundane and banal aspects of life, which actually conceal this really quirky, quite lovable but also bizarre life that is living in a village. That actually doesn't exist anymore, though, which is what makes this, I think I said on Twitter, this is sort of a period piece, because it is. It's 2007 is released. And now the idea that you have a police station based in a small town or a village it doesn't exist anymore. There's a police house in my village, which hasn't been a police house for decades. Most of the police houses in small towns have closed. It's all centralized in the Met now.
That sucks.
It is, and it's one of the things that makes it fun to watch, because you see them going out and responding, like the Swan, which I'm sure we'll get to. And the idea now that the police are actually out doing community work like that and picking up a swan for it that's escaped from like some farmer, like that doesn't happen either. There's actually probably fertile ground for a sequel for this film in particular, because the retreat of the police from local areas, as you see in this film, has actually led to even more sort of private arrangements. We still have like neighborhood watches. They exist in all the villages. They are self-reinforcing. But because the police aren't there to actually pick up any of the slack, you've got privatized local security forces, which have popped up in smaller towns like Rushden, which is near where I live, where people effectively, as an extension of the neighborhood watch, band together and they all contribute a set monthly amount to pay a private security firm to drive around doing the work that the police in Hot Fuzz are doing. So the character of the United Kingdom that exists in this film doesn't exist anymore, and it's only been 15 years at most, less than that even.
17 years since this movie came out, because 2007 I believe.
2007. So it's like it's not even that long, but the film is still it's charming, and it's still it's memorable, and it exists, I think, within the cultural memory of most people in this country. But the idea that it represents anything real is now for the best.
I just want to point out, Mr. Brown is calling you out, though. He says he lives in a small village and they have a police house that's very much open. So
doesn't he live in Leeds?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I was going to say.
I mean, I'm sure if you go around the country, you might find one or two.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not binary.
That's
but
not
he's
impossible.
Describing his own experience.
But as a general trend, it's fairly well established that the police do not exist in villages anymore.
See, that's incredibly weird.
I just want to point out, I love
thought
that
would be
England.
it.
I just love that England, the UK, you guys still use the term village, because that's not something that we in the United States we don't really call them that.
Dude, in France we still
just use
in Europe
towns.
in general. You still use village, man. Like in
Yeah.
France,
Well,
you use village.
technically, there's like categories for like how many people have to live in something and like what kind of thing. Like for a city, you need to have like a port, you need to have a hospital, and like there's actually categories for what constitutes what. Just nobody knows what any of them are.
Well, like Platoon was saying, that vibe of the small town village is just like it's being lost now, right? So the word itself
Pretty
is not going
much.
to be commonly used, and this movie really captures that in a good way.
I will
were you gonna
say,
say
Dark Hour. Actually, places in the Midwest do use villages quite a bit, like places like Illinois, Indiana. Great
I like
Lakes
the term.
area,
I like the
stuff
term.
that.
I like the term a hamlet. That's like my favorite one. Like welcome to the hamlet.
I've seen those as well, to be honest.
That's like
Yeah,
even
it's
smaller
weird.
than a village. That's like if like less than like 100 people live in it or something
What
like
is
that.
this,
or-
Yeah,
the
there's
1800s
less
now?
even than there's a hamlet just down the road from me.
Term from,
It's-
yeah.
Sits off the edge of. There's a village called Carlton down the road from me, and there's a hamlet attached to Carlton called what the fuck is it called? something. There's a hamlet down there. It's less than 100 people.
Welcome to the hamlet of something.
It's absolutely tiny. The only notable thing about it is that there's an old church there. I think it was a plague church, and there are some scratch marks on the door, which are supposed in local legend to have been the sign that the devil tried to claw his way in through the doors of the church at one point and couldn't get in. But there's not that many hamlets, I don't think, in the country. They tend to be subsumed into the larger area.
Yeah, we have apparently some towns in like still use village, and I mean I live in a fairly populated area, so that might be why I don't see village.
Yeah, you're not going to see
where you are. You're never going to see.
I live in a big city, so I get it.
It's not happening. I was just going to touch
I
on
I live pretty close to New York, so I have a lot of. But we are getting a little bogged on what villages and towns and hamlets are.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to touch on Jay's point to bring us back again real quick. The tone point, I totally forgot. Just basically towards the end, I'm always on two frames of mind on it, like whether or not it's over the top or whether or not this works. It's all the work that they did to establish all the characters in that village. I think they earned a dramatic battle scenes that they put in.
Oh yeah,
you know, they really earned that. If you're gonna do something like that, something that over the top, we know all the characters, all the components, we know all the motivations. Then go nuts. Like they've put in the work. That's the type of scene that wouldn't work in other movies, but this movie gets a complete pass for me. Like I don't care how nuts it gets after once he comes back with the double guns, I'm like, let's fucking go. Like you put in the work already. So
well, I mean, Dark Hour. What about you, man? What's your experience with the movie?
I remember watching it first. So I think this was the first I saw. I think I saw Shaun of the Dead after this, and I watched it. I was probably like 20 when I watched it the first time. I really enjoyed it. It's one of those movies that like I watched it like because before the advent of Netflix and stuff, you watched the same movie more often. And so this is one of those ones I watched quite a few times when I first saw it. And then like then I didn't watch it again for like 10 years. So it was a kind of a reintroduction. I actually, like I said, backstage before, I kind of even forgot a lot of the early portion of the movie. Like I remembered all the action sequences and all that stuff. And like after the revelations later, and I kind of forgot about the subtleties of like all the smaller things that happened in the beginning. So that was fun to go back and redo. And so how about you, Uninspired?
I mean,
you were born after this came out, so
I mean, I wasn't 10 years old at the time, but come on. Well, I was basically at my friend's house, and his dad owned a fuck ton of DVDs. So what we did was basically just browse through all of them, and Hot Fuzz was one of them. And he was like, "Oh yeah, we should check this out. It's part of a trilogy." And I was like, "All right, cool." And we essentially watched everything, so the entire Cornetto trilogy at the same time, and we couldn't stop watching them, especially Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, but Hot Fuzz especially just because it made us feel badass when we were kids. So, I mean, considering what's in the movie, I don't think a kid should be watching it, but I used to watch worse growing up, so it's cool. I really like Hot Fuzz. I love the Cornetto trilogy, and man, well, you know what? I can't wait to dive into it. So let's do that. All right, Dark Hour, are you here?
Just walked out for water. I'm back.
Oh my god,
he's got to have something to wash down that Snickers.
Yeah, I'm back. You can start. Go ahead.
He's already eaten the first one.
Sorry. We just hear glass shattering in the background.
Yeah.
You brought chocolate, but not water.
Well,
ripped off. I didn't hear.
Well, I had the cranberry juice, which only made me thirstier. So,
oh my goodness.
So before we start, we've got a super chat. Dark Hour, you want to take this one?
Sure. Apparently this works. Show ass. You don't want to see my ass. I assure you, you do not want to see that.
I love you, but I'm gonna have to pass on that as well.
We have a couple other starred comments. Let me just see if any of them were specific to the.
You're letting the side down. If that chat had come through on Brown's channel, we'd have been here half an hour while he figures out how to respond to it.
Yeah.
And then he'll be like deliberating. Should I really show it? What do you think, guys?
What do you think?
I
don't know.
From Neil, this is just a regular. It's not a super chat, but this is easily one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time. It's my favorite of my favorite Edgar Wright movie, my favorite buddy cop movie. I mean, just right there, just the fact that I listed three things in one comment as to what it is. It really sums up what's going on there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and yeah. So since it is the Cornetto trilogy, so Platoon, would you mind taking this one?
Yeah, Princess Fiona, 3 flavors of cornetto because cinematic thesis of pastoral life with magical realism elements in a post-EU Britain was not pretentious enough.
Yeah, I just needed to hear you say that, man.
Yeah, that was like tailor made for Platoon to say.
All right, well, let's hop right into it. Let me
Half
just...
hour mark, we finally get to the movie.
Can I say a quick "I love you" to my husband who is listening on his way to work? So, love you. Okay, sorry.
Have a great day at work,
Mr. Rennie.
Yes, Mr. Rennie. All right, well,
good day.
What type of accent was that?
Good day.
You need to work on your Aussie accent, but
I don't
spirit.
interact with I don't interact with Aussies enough.
All right, so we start the movie off with, of course, it's Nicholas Angel, and I guess as Brooks said at the beginning, this walk is just
Oh, it's amazing.
The moment you realize it's him, like you're already smirking. Like I was laughing because I know it's like, okay, what type of character I'm gonna get. Just
especially
Simon Pegg.
considering what you know before with Shaun of the Dead and what they were cooking up, to know
If
that
you
they're
watch-
making a satirical buddy cop movie. Ugh.
Yeah, if you watch Shaun of the Dead, you'd probably have a smile on your face before he even makes it to the table. So
Yeah, this is already. It's like you're gonna have to suspend your disbelief. Simon Pegg is gonna be competent. Oh, I don't know. I'd say that might be too much for me.
Well, there you go. Another one from Fiona. It's like, I just wish he cast someone more convincing than Simon Pegg. He made a great loser in number 1 and number 3, though. I don't know. I like Simon Pegg in this.
She also said, "I know it's a comedy, but I could never buy Simon Pegg the competent at anything." This movie fell flat for me.
Someone else.
I mean, I actually over the years, I mean, I liked Simon Pegg earlier in his career. Now he kind of annoys me, so it's kind of
Yeah, but we gotta judge it in case by case, like project by project. Like it's,
no, yeah, like I
you can say that about look at Samuel Jackson now. I literally tapped out of Argyle as soon as I saw him. Like that's when I gave up on that movie.
Seems like
so I think
I
think part of how you can accept Simon Pegg in this is that remember that a lot of this is internal monologue. This is how he sees himself, right? He's obsessed with being a cop, and he has all these accomplishments or whatever, and the other people, we're getting rid of you because you're too competent, right? And then he goes, he's a pain in the balls to everybody he's around, right? He thinks that the squad is going to stand up for him because he's being transferred, and they already have the party ready. They're like, oh great, he's getting the hell out of here, right? And I
love the I mean I know we're gonna get to it. I love the dude with the one popper.
Yeah.
But even before that, the fact that he has to slowly escalate and go from like the first guy to the man.
Right. I'm taking it all the way to the top, and
all the way to have someone who actually tell him bluntly, like, dude, you're making us look bad.
Yeah,
that is by the way probably the one thing in the film that really hasn't aged at all. The idea that the Metropolitan Police are getting rid of him because he arrests too many people is absolutely believable.
Right?
Is that really a thing?
Yeah, they don't like arresting people anymore. They have to understand the thugs, not arrest them anymore.
One of my best friends is one of my best friends is a cop in Toronto, and it's woke as fuck here, and he tells me all this nonsense, and like I believe everything Platoon's saying when it comes to that. Like it like these type of things. Yeah, they're ruthless when it comes to the
well, and he's already reflecting the influence of politically correct speech and stuff like that, because it's not police man anymore, right? It's officer.
It's not it's not force, it's service is the other one.
Yeah, it's service. Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, because force is too aggressive.
Yeah, too aggressive.
We lost uninspired, so I will take over.
Oh no!
So I don't know. He's the one who cuts up the slides, guys. So I have to see it before I know where it's going. Okay, yeah, so it's basically it's still the same scene. So yeah, what we were saying was that yes, he has like all of these credentials and commendations. I actually pulled up the quote. Let me just pull it up real again. Yeah. So he has graduated from Canterbury University in 1993 and a double first in politics and sociology, which as a person who has a degree in international relations, which is a politics degree, that's basically toilet paper. So that doesn't mean shit. It's actually used for shit. Attended the Hendon College for police training, displayed great aptitude in field exercises, notable urban pacification and riot control. I love that one. That's
urban pacification is
pacification.
Magnificent.
Received the baton of honor and graduated with distinction in the Metropolitan Police Service, quickly established an effectiveness and popularity within the community. Proceeded to improve skill based on courses in advanced driving, which comes in play throughout like the whole movie. and advanced cycling, which is great. He
where he does the same slide. Yeah.
Uninspired. Do you have slides for these specific things?
Yeah, man, don't worry.
Okay.
And of course,
the cycling slide.
He's the best of them. And I don't have the cycling slide, man.
No.
But yeah,
There's the baton of honor right there.
So is this an actual thing, the baton of honor? Like, do any of you know this?
I mean, I would assume a lot of police departments have things like that, where it's like, you know, like some sort of
like, calling out like best cadet.
Oh yes, it is a real thing from the Lanark. Oh fuck, I can't pronounce this shit. Lanarkshire Police. Yeah,
It's just weird to me because our police use guns, so I just don't understand the whole like focus on using batons. What are you going to do?
Well, because batons aren't violent.
Is it
enough.
a projectile weapon that if they're robbing something, you can throw it at them?
No, a baton is a nice
daredevils.
We call them nightsticks in the U.S. That's all.
Yeah, they're
it's the one that security guards use. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's essentially just a stick at the end of the day. Use a gun. Like it's way better. Come on.
Well, that's all you used to need. So the idea behind this, and this is why that increasingly, again, the film dates because there's a huge number of armed police these days, certainly in London. But the whole idea behind it is that this country has policing by consent, as opposed to America, which has policing by the armed forces, essentially.
That's true.
When you have a population which is basically bought into the idea that the police are members of the population, then they are way less. And also, you don't have a country which is absolutely rife with guns as it is these days. The baton was all you really needed because most of the criminals were kind of your neighbors. You would actually do a huge amount of community policing to stop them forming the kind of organized crime cartels that actually procured weapons to begin with. So the baton was genuinely all you needed up until pretty much the last 30 years. And then everything changed.
No country for old men. Yeah, the world is changing, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I mean, I know it's not exactly one for one, but I know that in what is it? I believe it's the House of Representatives in the United States. They have like a master at arms that sits there with like a commemorative mace.
Yeah,
and like their job is just to like threaten people with the mace. Like if like a representative gets out of hand, they're supposed to like walk over with the mace.
All the
Like,
security guards inside the House of Commons to this day carry swords around. But they're not allowed to use them, which is a real shame because I'd like to see them go through the House of Commons taking swords.
Let me see if I can pull up a picture of that mace real quick.
The reason a sword or a mace or something like that, hardened steel is such an intimidating weapon, is someone else has to have hardened steel to be able to deal with you. With a baton, it's like I always just feel like someone could just pick up a staff and just fucking go like Wing Chun your ass. But it does make sense as a concept that in a small town village, that's all you really needed because most of it is communication, right? If you know,
it's communication. Like you had a whistle. The policeman's other incredibly useful weapon was a whistle with which he called other policemen with more batons. So you just surround them and club them to death with sticks. It was great back in the good old days. But they do play it off nicely in this film because when they do actually obviously have to arm themselves in Sanford, the only weapons you're likely to find are either weapons that are used by farmers because everyone and their mums is packing around here, or there's stuff that's just been randomly seized over the centuries. So you have like the World War II mine and you have the old Winchester rifle, like all of these ancient things which have just accumulated in the community.
Here is the mace of the House of Representatives. By the way, this is an actual thing that sits in the House of Representatives. And there's a guy, it's like literally the master of arms just sits there. And like when one of the delegates like gets out of hand, it's like they just stand up and point the mace at them like, hey, you get down. So it's like, it's kind of like the same concept.
Well, yeah, de-escalation is a big part of it. Like, you know who Ronnie Coleman is, right? Dark Hour?
Yeah.
Ronnie Coleman's a famous bodybuilder and he worked as a cop as well. And he'd always say like him just coming out of the car would de-escalate situations sometimes.
Dude was massive.
Yeah. When 400 pounds of nothing but muscle comes out of the car, you tend to reconsider your plan. Yeah.
Domestic disturbances would just be de-escalated as soon as he walked up. It's crazy, but it's true.
I think Uninspired is back.
Oh, this guy he's dropping again. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on then. Let's see where we're at.
Poor guy.
So, oh yes, I love this because this is one of his one of his injuries that happens within the movie, which actually plays a lot of because he mentions multiple times he's been stabbed. It's the most painful thing he's ever been through, and my favorite thing about this scene is that that's Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Santa Claus.
Yep. It's one of the 2 cameos at the beginning that like you don't even
Yeah.
they don't even bother to let you know, but it's cool to see the little details. The other one will stay forever.
It's like when you know that it's Peter Jackson, you can see it, the eyes and the nose, like you could see it.
Yeah. Because I kept thinking he looks familiar, right? And I'm like, why does this guy look familiar? And I couldn't place it. And then I read something or heard some sort of trivia, and I was like, no way. And then I watched it again after I heard that, and I was like, oh, it is Peter Jackson.
Yeah, I seem like this is just perfect for a cameo, like this, especially like fast clips like this. Like, I really like it.
Yeah. One thing that we didn't have, so like they mentioned how he did so well in academics. If you watch closely, he literally just dials down the middle and picks C on.
Yeah, he just picks C for everything. Yeah,
it's funny. I paused that too. I was wanting to see if there was any detail to catch there, but he just picks C all the way down.
Yeah, he just goes C all the way down, which means that the test probably wasn't all that difficult for him to do, if that's the case. But yeah, let's see. I don't like the fact that Tar keeps dropping because I don't know what the next slide is going to be. Okay, this is what it's a surprise every time for me.
Hello, Nicholas. How's the hand?
Still a bit sore or still a bit stiff?
Still a bit stiff.
Still a bit stiff. You have to say it 3 times in a row with like decreasing levels of interest in continuing the conversation.
One of the things I noticed in this watch was Bilbo's passive aggressiveness towards Nicholas about like Janine and whatnot, because he's the one person who actually knows the situation, that he's broken up and he's just living in some shit situation. Everyone, and like just seeing it slowly get less personal till you get to the one who's willing to say, "Get the fuck out of here." It's just anyone who's ever like had to deal with the politics of work, the workplace, like you can relate to this scene.
What's that the other guy's name is something Coogan. I can't remember his first name all of a sudden.
Steve.
That's Steve Coogan. Yeah,
it's kind of a sign of intent. It's funny that they only have these brief cameo roles, but it is kind of a sign of intent, because if you're talking 2007, this trio is probably some of the biggest names in British comedy at the time. Martin Freeman, massive in The Office, Steve Coogan, Alan Partridge, and a number of other roles, and then Bill Nye is obviously Bill Nye, and just wheeling them out in quick succession. It's a stark, I think it's, you can tell automatically that it's a much bigger production in terms of scale, budget, reach than say Shaun of the Dead was, because they can just throw these massive cameos in these tiny scenes.
Yeah, and the fact that each one of them gets shorter too, like Freeman, like his scene is much longer, and then Coogan's scene is like about half that length, and then it's just basically it's dialing down as it goes along, and then hopefully I don't know which ones
each one
is clips. Let me see.
Well, I love the fact that once he goes, well, I need to talk. You really want to talk about Kenneth, and he's right there at the door. He just they don't even have to wait or go to a different scene. He just walks in.
Yeah, it's so well paced and just it's so charming. Everything.
Well, this was also one of the sequences where I said that kind of choppy style editing, and then like what they did, like he picks up the phone and then like they cut immediately and he's sitting right there is fantastic. That it's like they basically do a jump cut, but nobody moves, but somebody's added to the scene, which is fantastic.
But it's also the change in tone, because we're seeing his internal thoughts of all his accomplishments going into like he thinks he's gonna get promoted. This is the greatest day of his life type thing, and then suddenly he's here just getting like completely screwed over slowly by these smirking assholes. So like going from that scene to this is just you feel for this guy instantly. It's like really good way to get us on board. Really good way to get us on board with the character real quick.
I think the most unrealistic aspect of this movie is that everybody's teeth are pretty good in this movie. Waiting for Platoon to come back on that one.
Oh, and is this how you know they're all actors? They actually have the money to fix the terrible British teeth that otherwise they'd have.
Man.
I always gotta love Austin Powers.
The immediate agreement is the best part about it. It's like, well, British teeth. What are you gonna do? Just become a hyper rich actor, and you can deal with it. So here we go. Yeah, the immediate jump of the adding a third person, which we already spoke about. I'm sorry that I'm terrible at this part, guys. This is not normally my job. Yes, yeah. Then of course we've already mentioned that he expects the crew or
I know one thing that won't stand for this, the crew, and he walks out, they're like, get the hell out of here.
And then I mentioned they have the one guy with the one popper go off. It's like nobody else has one. It's like, but yeah, it's definitely, I love sequences like this where you cut and like something is exactly the way it's supposed to, like you left that room and it was set up one way, and then all of a sudden you come back like after presumably not that long, and it's completely different, and it's framed for comedic effect.
Yeah, it was a real nice setup.
It's the first sign as well that his big character flaw is, because we went through the list of accolades that he gave himself, one of which is quickly built up, immense popularity with colleagues, etc. But throughout the film, his big problem is that he is so committed to the job, he's actually completely shit at the interpersonal side of things. So you've got the moment he thinks all of his colleagues love him and they actually are quite happy to see him go. He doesn't really understand why his girlfriend's leaving him. He gets to Sanford, he doesn't make friends with anybody there, and it's only toward the end of the film that this is the first time it's really been set up, is resolved. So it's a nice little bit of foreshadowing, I guess.
He even mentions with his plant that it's like its needs are simple. It's just a real brief line, but it says so much about him, because it's just like just being able to balance that has just been so difficult for him. Like the story he tells about his uncle and everything, how driven he was to do this from a kid. And I think that's one of the overall themes of the movie, is like balancing like work life and home life, and like it just how much of it can destroy you, and like just it's really his impact on the village and the way it changes him is actually one of the best written parts of the movie. You back, Catman?
Inspire's back.
I was watching you guys on my phone, man. You guys are very entertaining, I have to say.
Yeah. We'll try to keep.
I don't know what's going on.
Sweating here.
Dude,
yeah, Dark Hour's heart's like panicking because he has to do this.
StreamYard keeps,
I'm a color commentator, not a play-by-play guy. I'm sorry.
It's weird. Like StreamYard keeps like making you guys hyper robotic for some reason, and I don't know why. Like
it's
my
your
internet
internet
is,
cutting out.
I'm literally connected to the Ethernet, but I realized when I went to restart my router, there's a fucking thunderstorm outside. So that
probably has something to do with it.
I legitimately did not realize that. So
it knocked
don't
mine
worry.
out this morning. Yeah.
Oh man, it's been raining.
That's
a hell of a thunderstorm. Yeah, it goes all the way from Texas to Paris. Wow.
I'm just saying, we had thunderstorms in Texas this morning, and it knocked out my Wi-Fi off and on. And I was like, "Oh, please
part
don't
is that
do
there's not a
this."
thunderstorm in New Jersey, which is in the middle of both of those. That's the most impressive part.
It kind of dips down to the Gulf.
It's a
of Mexico,
Jersey thing.
So it works.
It's a Jersey thing.
Nobody wants to be in Jersey, including thunderstorms.
Yeah, or people in New Jersey.
Yeah. Okay, well, Uninspired, are you ready to take back over?
Yeah, I'm back, man. I'm back, and of course, we're gonna go visit Janine. Janine, who is well, I mean,
his ex.
Do you guys know who plays
Kate
Janine?
Kate Blanchett.
Kate Blanchett.
Yep.
Yeah, Galadriel.
You could tell by her eyes.
Yeah.
I spotted her right away, and I could not find anything that said she was in this movie, and it drove me nuts.
I love it. Uncredited.
She's uncredited.
Having these cameos. Peter Jackson is uncredited as well, I think.
The Peter Jackson cameo is so stupid, but so good. It's like,
great.
All right. But yeah, and so Janine is basically his ex, and this is where we start seeing the soap opera music, where you can really tell that this is being very satirical, because of the soap opera music plays whenever he's, I guess, strained in a relationship. So Sergeant Angel, and I just find it so interesting because I'm not Janine. Oh yeah,
that person in the credits is listed as not Janine, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Then so of course we learned that Janine has moved on, and of course it's not with Bob, it's with Dave, because
that's probably
does it look like someone I would be with, even though everybody's in the same damn outfit?
You can't even see their face.
That scene is fantastic, by the way. It's like, does Bob look like someone I would be with? Oh,
yeah.
And then I'm with Dave. Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah.
Even before that, if you notice when he's calling her and like it cuts over to him, he's standing like near like the bullet hole, like literally like looking through the glass window.
And I didn't want to do this over the phone.
Yeah, I didn't want to do this over the. It just yeah, there's so many.
By the way, that window has been broken from the inside.
Yeah.
He's still doing his job.
There's a highlight of him not being able to turn it off. Like,
that's what I was gonna say. That's a perfect example of what she had just said about him. So,
and when he describes the crime scene, he makes a joke like, "Are you talking about here or our relationship?" So you basically get a highlight for his character and like a summary of their whole relationship and their dynamic all in this scene.
Oh yeah, and like it's interesting because it does set up the fact that he has a lonely life that's mainly focused on work, that he doesn't know how to do the balance, and so I guess the arc that they're giving him between showing what we've seen already, it's of him learning basically how to balance, I guess, work and play would be a correct term to use. It's like yeah, or see the enjoyment that you can have in your work. That's also
Mhm.
good. And yeah, eventually that's what he does with Danny. I keep wanting to call him Ed because I'm just used to calling him Ed. And so yeah, so I
Just call him
mean, we
Nick
head off
Frost. It's
to
fine. You could just call him.
I
Nick.
have trouble remembering his name in this movie too because I'm so used to like Ed, just Shaun the Dead. But it's just Nick, just whatever. It's him.
yeah, so you've got like the Sanford, the creative way to bring him there. Of course, it's I find it really incredible. Just the fact of having the Vodafone signal go down is enough.
The amount that we get out of this when it could have just been a little montage skip or anything is we get so much character and understanding of his thought process because we're already on board with him, but it's just to see him get thrown into this shitty situation and then like
It could have been just a second unit director that just films.
Yeah, you know what I'm referring to, the overhead shot. They just play the song and then he just shows up. You're skipping so much character work there that they pay attention to in this movie.
And
my
of course,
favorite
he goes
part
to
is that he has the
hotel.
plant. I was gonna say my favorite part is that he has the plant in a seat next to him, like it's just as if it's his only friend.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Well, it is his
Well,
only.
it
it is. Yeah.
It is. The plan is really
it's
it's an important piece because like I think that one line I mentioned is like really important. Like the plant, it's you know, its needs are simple.
Yeah,
It's just
know,
you
and
and
that
that
works
rubber plan.
Yeah, that works for
Well-
a robot like him. Like,
And it's one thing that Janine brought up, you know, just spend too much time taking care of it and not yourself or other people, you know.
Nice little nod as well that I think when the phone the phone comes up on screen and he immediately when he enters Sanford there's no signal, which is still true to this day. There is no signal in villages. It doesn't exist. Because we are a really important first world country that can't actually get internet out to the provinces. I like this scene as well. She's quite funny. You've always been here.
Always been here.
Oh, the music that plays as well is reminiscent of those old 40s, 50s, and 60s horror movies.
Yeah. It's definitely a deliberate homage. I like that. And then the subversion when she just looks up and says, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else."
Yeah, at first you're like, is this going to be The Shining or what the hell? You know, 'cause you've always
it does
been
have
here.
that. It does have that aesthetic to it. That which is very important. The aesthetic of the village is extremely important to the story. So,
and I think it works
It's
so
always
well.
kind of creepy. Yeah.
It works so well because we're so on board with him too, right? Like we know that
Yeah.
this guy's getting screwed over, and we see the whole depressing train ride over there, and then suddenly to go into this creepy situation, it's just like, what the fuck is going on? It makes it like you really have to pay. This movie only works if you pay attention to this character and you're invested in his story. If you're not, then it's not really going to be. You're not going to really get much out of it, right? But scenes like this really make it easy to stay on board with him and just like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? And you just follow him through.
I mean, they're setting up stuff already. The fact it's called the Swan Hotel. There's swans everywhere, so swans are always in your peripheral whenever he is in the hotel, which is just a constant reminder of something that pops up later. The room that he goes into, it's also the castle suite. Of course, the castle is relevant later. And yeah, so fascism and hag, which just come into play later.
The way he says it, oh my god,
hag. What?
It's such a great introduction. I mean, it's a memorable introduction to your characters because there are a lot of them. So to have something distinct, already from the way that they dress, it's kind of distinct. But to just have like one very particular thing just makes it way easier to remember. Because I bet you, I mean, even you guys, you've probably seen this movie a lot of times. I'm sure you don't remember any of these names of these random people.
that's why it's one of the reasons I have IMDb pulled up next to me, because I remember them mostly either as the actor who played them or like the aesthetic look,
the
like
performance. The joke of the performance, like more than
like,
anything, like the role they played,
or the role, the role that they were in,
like the Reverend, or like
the old man in the coats, like
the guy with the overstuffed coat. Yeah.
The only reason I remember the Reverend's name is because the Reverend is literally called Reverend Shooter. It's like, all right, cool. Pretty dope name.
I remember when this movie came out, and that was a very prominent sequence in the commercial. And it's like almost, it's very much at the end of the movie, so it's like weird that they use that one.
Yep. Yeah, they
So
needed to promote the action.
Interesting. The
Yeah,
one
this
thing
is a
that
strange movie to promote. Like
oh, this would be tough to do the ads for. But when he comes into Sanford is kind of when you should start noting, okay, a thing happened. This is going to get paid off later, right? The stuff that happens in London is kind of a self-contained thing. Once he gets to Sanford, you see the swans, you have the fascist and hag. All of this stuff is going to be paid off within this village, right? And so all of the payoffs just start, you start building them up, the setups, and then see them paid off throughout this movie.
See, I don't feel like I thought that would be a thing because I didn't really know Simon Pegg and Nick Frost and Edgar Wright's like kind of way of doing things or their protocol, so to speak. But I do have an eye for detail, so I like literally was watching every scene like a hawk, and then I was like, oh, okay, this is a callback to this, or this is a callback to this. So I did keep an eye on it, but I don't think people necessarily knew that to look for it, and then unless they actually knew who these guys were already, because I didn't. So
yeah, no,
just saying.
that's yeah.
I was gonna
I think this goes to like Jedi's point that the reason this thing has such rewatchability, is the depth of the setups and payoffs that every time you watch it, you can find it again. But even just watching it like at a cursory glance, my wife is not a take notes and be aware or whatever. But when certain things would get paid off, she was like, "Oh, I see you." Right.
Yeah.
And I was like,
So
now
sad.
watch this again and you'll start to see all of these other ones that are happening. Right.
The shot of his apartment apparently shows the pedal car that he has from the story from his uncle.
Really?
The little pedal car that his uncle got him. So like there's little details, like things like that are so amazing. And I don't think almost anyone can watch this movie for a first time and expect them to have all this setup and payoff. And like you could even watch it with like to want to make a note of all the different things, and there's still going to be something that you're going to.
I mean, there's the setup, there's the payoff, and then there's all the like the foreshadowing that they have in tiny lines. I mean, there's some that I realized on this watch like last night, and I was like, oh my god, how come I never noticed this? It was just a passing line, and it's so good.
I was going to save it for the end, but like I may as well ask it now so you can have it in your mind. Everyone's favorite setup and then payoff in the movie, or like I guess it's the same question, favorite joke, because I guess that's what it would be.
Yeah,
I completely know what mine is. I'm just like I can't believe it's one of those things like I didn't even remember until that moment. Like what? Yeah, it's just the confidence that they have.
Yeah, I think I have mine too. It might change as we go along.
That's what I'm saying. It's good to bring it up now, and then so it doesn't like interrupt, but then bring it up at the end.
No,
just to kind of have it in the back of our minds, so we know, like,
exactly.
I guess when it comes up in the movie, like if it's in a slide, just tell us that this is your favorite payoff, and then we'll like yield to you for why. Kind of.
I think one thing that you have to start paying attention to now is the double entendres that aren't right. They absolutely delivered like, oh, this could have two meanings, and they end up literally being true, right, as statements in the future as part of the setups and payoffs, right? So the Timothy Dalton with all of the threatening things that he says. He's actually, you see it and you're like, oh, okay, well, that's why it's confused because this has two meanings or this, that, whatever. No, he's killed some of these people and he did what he meant to say.
So many meanings. It's hard to even like all of his scenes are just so interesting when you know how much information he has.
They're so clever with the dialogue and the head fakes with that.
And I mean, even now we get the setup of the hooded people the hooded youth that do graffiti everywhere.
I was just gonna say real quick before this scene, is like every detail, I can't miss these things because he gets there after that long, horrible trip. He meets the hag. You would think you just want to crash after that. I would.
No, but he goes to the pub.
Right? No, not even that. He goes right out to go and investigate first, and he ends up at the pub. He just his instinct to do his job. Like he couldn't even get a good night's sleep first. He has to.
Did you feel like it like this way? I'm sorry, Tur. Did you feel like this way, Jedi? Whenever he was doing that, I felt like to me he was just kind of scoping out the town, and that's why he did it because he, like Janine said to him, he can't shut it off. So I'm like, oh, he's kind of scoping out like the nightlife, on a typical night, and that's kind of what I got from it. And he's, always got one eye open, just like constantly scanning. So that's what I took from it.
Imagine you have like a new owner who's coming in, and this is the
Yeah.
idea of them coming in a couple days earlier, but like dressed as just casually, just getting the vibe for people, you know. So he's getting his own initial take, and then he's going to start the next morning. Yeah, kind of like that. And I just think it says a lot. It says so much about him, and all the scenes are fantastic. Those kids.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's the kids. There's Danny's car. Dude, it just comes to this thing. I may call Danny Ed. So yeah, there's Ed's car over there. And then of course we meet Roy and Mary Porter. And of course, you know, hey.
They listed her age as 55 when she's actually 53.
That's one of those details that you just think is, she's just making banter, but no, it's like that's such an crazy important hint. Yeah,
these people are so petty.
Right. Well, I mean, that one. The best part about that one is a great starter of like, you know, the, if you want to call it pettiness or whatever, because that is something that somebody might, especially like a more vain woman might be like, oh, they made me older kind of thing. So it's like, it's a very believable thing that someone would be upset about. And then later on, like, you know, like as they slowly uncover the things that people are getting upset about, they become slightly less, it's like, oh, okay, like who cares about that? It's because you know, like the I mean, we'll get to it eventually, but like the human statue being a thing, like that's like they become like more ridiculous versions of what she just got upset about. So,
and it's just a typical small town thing where everything is just so petty and it has to be perfect, and we're the perfect place to live, and we have to feel like that at all times. So the smallest little wrench thrown at that drives people crazy, and I've never seen anything like it. As to before I moved to the city that I'm in, I was living in a small town for a good like 10 years or so, and man, people are weird there. I mean, it's a different mentality, and this movie captures it perfectly.
Have, you know,
yeah.
They're so protective of it. They don't want it to change because that's
the reputation.
Basically the only thing.
It has to be like that. When you live in a big city, it's like most of the people you see are strangers all the time. You could go out, like I've lived in this building for years now, and like every time I bump into someone in the elevator, I'm like, "Who the fuck are you?" It's crazy. It's like I've never. It's insane. Like it's crazy. Yeah, but compared to a small village, we would know each other. We know each other's we'd know me my whole life, type of thing. It creates a completely different vibe.
Did you just move in? No, I've lived here for 20 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like what?
So they kind of had that vibe though there, where it's like, who's this new person? Oh, and you know there was all this like small town gossip and stuff. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I like that.
Yes, exactly.
It's
anything
weird.
that happens, it's rough. Like, you know, the movie The Mist, the Stephen King one. The movie kind of sucked, but it does capture the small time vibe of like the abortion and all the drama that goes on. And, another random shout out, Stephen King, Storm of the Century. Anyone's ever seen that movie? Love that movie.
Seen
it's one of the main. If I could pick one movie to be remade when we're doing all the shitty remakes, I'd give me Charles Dance in Return of the King, Storm of the Century. It's a devil. The devil comes to a small town in a Stephen King movie remake. It's what do they do? Like
looks like I'm back in charge again.
Oh Lord.
Oh no.
Oh man, poor Tur.
It's an extended show, I think, like 2-parter or something like that. But that would be another example of that. How like your small town information and like anything that happens is just spread it out to around everyone. It's so frustrating.
So I think in some way, because I grew up in a small town, 2,000 people. So
miniseries. That's the word I was looking for.
That was my high school.
Yes.
My high school had 2,000 people in it.
Like, my high school was 160. So the thing about it's a good contrast in the way that this movie sets it up. It's all a matter of like calibration of your scale, right? So the when you're in a small town, if some kids are going around like vandalizing signs, that is major crime in that town, right? And they react in the same way that the London Metro would if somebody decides to burn down the London Tower or something like that, right? And so the contrast in this movie is him coming from where he actually is part of the riot squad and urban pacification, and you see fire and all that, and he's coming to this little town, and the first setup, and again it's a good head fake that they're giving you, is that this is a fish out of water where he is like attuned to big things and they are treating little small things as if this is the worst thing ever, right? You know, the guy who played the Equalizer, who's like, oh my God, it's the human statue. You know what'll come next? Jugglers and you know, the kids in hoodies. Oh my God, you know. And you think, oh, it's old man who you know is cranky, but also that this is the worst thing that they have seen in their town. Boy, are you wrong! But they do a great job of setting it up, and why at first Simon Pegg seems like he's fish out of water, who's just overreacting to everything, because his scale of crime and violence should be much larger than what they are in this small town. And unfortunately, no, he's got the right scale, because there's a lot of murdering going on here.
But it's also, I mean, it's set up for the fundamental character of the village. What is the village concerned with? The village is principally concerned with its public-facing image, and it's prepared to tolerate those small, low-level crimes which have no impact on public relations. So that he goes around on this arrest spree. The fact that he picks up another member of the police force who's trying to drive while drunk is not a concern.
Right.
The fact that there are kids loitering and that there's the human statue, that is a concern, because these are the public facing things. So obviously the big set piece is this Village of the Year competition. But it's a kind of perversion, but it's clever because it is rooted in reality of the petty concerns of very secluded, isolated, and safe and trusting people. But it's also the undermined by the fact that they are very much more concerned with winning this award than they are with actually maintaining truth and honesty within their own community. They think they've got a better handle on what those things are than any outsider could have.
Right, and again, it's a good head fake where your initial impression is, oh well, they're just, you know, let's get along. We know everybody, and as the chief says, I'll take care of it. You find out he has been taking care of it in a way that is,
you thought.
Yeah, a bit more extreme than anticipated. Right, and so again, it takes advantage of your assumption about small town village life, right? And that they're concerned about these little petty things or whatever, and it's just everything gets along, and it's a great subversion of that later in the movie. I think it's just part of the great writing of this.
I just want to point out what Waylon Basifas said. His graduating class only had 35 people. That's the average classroom size of my high school. And then this was not me. This was uninspired. But because we're using my account, he said his had 9. I think that was that's a lunch table at my high school.
My entire senior year, we were 9 students. Well, we started with 8, and then the principal's daughter came from France, and so we ended up with 9. And so my graduating class had 9 students, me included. So that was it.
My school was so overpopulated that they actually had to add external trailers for classes. So think of it was basically like a modular home, or what some people might call a trailer.
I've seen
home.
those. We had those at my high school.
Yeah, but they weren't on wheels. They were just built there.
Kind of on
Yeah, they're not technically not trailers, but
they're prefabs.
They're prefab. Yeah, they're prefab, and they literally had to bring in 9 of those and put them all around the building just to have extra classrooms. It was insane.
Yeah, I remember seeing those.
Yeah, my school had everybody, not for my senior, my class was exempt from this, but every class after me, you had to share lockers with either another person or in some cases 2 other people. It's insane how overpopulated, because the town. It's just how it is. It's just how it is in the area I live. It's so many people come from New York and stuff just to live in the closer sections of New Jersey that's how they could still commute. But it's just what?
Dude, I had 40 people in my class. We still shared lockers.
Well, I mean, would you have 20 lockers then?
No, we had. Again, there's 160 in the entire high school, right?
Oh,
and so it was just everybody. You always had a locker mate.
160 in the high school. Jesus, man.
40 in my graduating class.
We didn't have, I don't know, we had some extra students, but so we had to use those pop-up buildings or whatever that you were talking about, Dark Hour.
Yeah.
But I was lucky enough to where I never had to go into one of those classrooms. But they were definitely
I wish
overflow,
that I could have went in them.
to
Those
share
were
a
air
locker.
conditioned. The school was my school was an older building, so a lot of the classrooms weren't air conditioned, and it was like by June when we would be you know, like 97 degrees.
Yeah, you got the
And,
windows
like,
open and doing shit. Yeah.
Oh, actually, the way that I know I'm getting bogged here, but I finally get a chance to I finally get a chance to complain about this. So because of
35 years I've been waiting for this moment.
So the design of the windows, the bottom ones pull inward and the top ones pushed outward.
Right.
That the convection current actually makes the classrooms hotter.
Yeah.
Because the inward pull has the cold air going down, and the outward push has the hot air rising into the room.
Yes.
So like it was. Sorry, I've been waiting 20 years to complain about that. I finally had to.
It's your channel, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But it was California, and the weather was great, so they didn't think we needed AC. So it was weird.
All right, well, let's move on. My complaint about my high school days. I have plenty of complaints about that place, but that was one of them. Design flaws.
So we did point out that this is the first instance that we hear the use of the greater good. You know, the greater good.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time we hear it. They say it. That's why he does jujitsu, man. So we do get also the fact of the newspaper, the fact that they don't like the Sanford newspaper, and they don't like Tim Messenger, who is the editor, or I think it's the editor.
Yeah.
He's like, because it's a small town, he's like the reporter, the writer, the editor. He's like everything. He basically runs the whole paper.
Having worked at a local newspaper in a small town, it's pretty accurate in terms of the caliber of the journalist and the relationship with the journalist and everybody else. It's local journalism. It doesn't, I guess, one of those other things that's sort of not really in existence anymore, but local journalism used to be. It was vitally important, but the people doing it were not always the best people to be doing it. But it was great. You always had these grudges and rivalries between the local newspaper and any local business person or local politician, and it's so unimportant to the rest of the world. But it's so very important to like the manager of the local like new yogurt store that opened up in the town, that he has to get this good reputation in the Bedfordshire on Sunday. And it's like, it's funny. It was fun. My first shift there was because they obviously haven't done national journalism as well. My first shift on local news journalism was cool. There's a hotline for the police, and they will round up a list of the things that the police or the fire brigade, the emergency services in general, have responded to that night, the preceding night. So I called it up, and they said, "Right, what have we done?" Well, we rescued. What was it? We rescued a woodpecker from a fire in a village somewhere. And we chased what we thought was like a stolen tractor, and it wasn't. It's just that the tractor driver was drunk, and that was it. The two things that happened in the entire town, the entire county, basically that evening was just, yeah.
So that woodpecker story was on the front page, right?
No, that was a man shampooing his genitals on the bus.
Oh.
Oh dear, was it you?
Uninspired. I pulled it off again. This is 2 weeks in a row. I accidentally brought in an expert on the part of the movie.
Oh yeah, journalism.
So just to bring a little bit of a little attention to this, and I'm sure you guys have already noticed, but with Messenger's Tim Messenger's name, I liked how they basically gave people last names that were relevant to either their character or their career or something like that. So I just thought it was pretty interesting.
It's also the fact that they killed the messenger.
That's right.
Yeah, and of course there's more setup over there on why he was killed, with the mystery surrounds the proposed bypass. Yep.
Yeah.
There it is. And so yeah, I mean, you just got a lot of setup that you wouldn't really.
That's why the man had to wash his genitals.
I was gonna say one thing I noticed about that guy, the messenger. They're
Oh,
chanting.
you meant about the guy who had to wash his genitals.
Oh no. Before he dies, right before he dies, they're not only they say, "Oh, Tim, your time's up," but they also saying "splat the rat."
Splat the rat. Yeah, that's
shit. I didn't even know
Timothy Dalton.
Yeah. There's the other thing as well is that bypass is spelled incorrectly.
Yes,
it's another
like
major gripes that they have against him.
Yeah.
Well, so I think it was before they said anything especially about it, and I saw that and I was immediately like, why is bypass spelled wrong? Is that a British thing?
Yeah,
what the hell is going on?
This is implying that this bypass goes both ways. So
yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, what the hell's a bippus?
A bipus, yeah.
Well, but that's how they spell bypass doors in some markets, just an FYI. So
Then they must
I don't
learn
even know what a bypass door is. What
I've
the
it's
hell
a
is
heard of a
closet door that
bifold.
kind of
That's a
folds up like an
bifold.
accordion,
It's bifold.
Oh.
but they also call them
gateway.
bypass.
I've never seen him called that. It must be
Work with construction
oddball.
workers, you'll see.
I did.
Looking at a website. Smilex is looking at their current local newspaper website, and the headlines are a car accident and an upcoming Pancake Day race.
That's not
That's
an
right.
accident. It's a collision.
It's a collision.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a collision.
Accident
Smilex,
means
you have
that
to
no one's
contact
at fault.
your local police office and tell them that it has to be a collision. It's not an accident.
Yeah.
And yeah, so the reason why we get this incredible flash of light on us is because, well, someone's braces are shining so bright
Yes.
because
That's
they're
right.
underage.
Oh, I just thought that was me pulling up a website like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so yeah, so he just begins to clear out the entire bar, and you just see that every single person there is underage. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but throughout the movie, it feels as if the entire town is slowly disappearing. Like everyone is gone completely. Because there are chase sequences that we'll get to, but there are a lot of people in the streets. And then at the end, it's just no one is there to be found. So,
Because it's almost time for that village.
the annual, yep.
Yeah, so they want to make sure that that town is cleared out of all the riffraff.
Yeah.
and
They've
they
cleaned
do
out
it.
all the unwanted.
I can't
Oh,
wait
yeah.
till we get to that part because I love that. I mean, I'll say it ahead of time. I love that the people who are there to like judge them are judging like the police chase and stuff.
Everything.
While
Yes.
the gunfire's going on and
They're
everything.
just
yeah.
looking
That's
like, oh
right.
yeah, headshot for police. Good.
I don't
good.
want to jump too far ahead, but I love that. Like that. That's probably my favorite setup actually.
And
The
of
fact
course,
that
during
they-
this
they're
whole
there.
time, you can see Danny on the right side over there. Of course, we don't interact with him, but we do see him. And Thatcher, I think is his name. The dude
I
in
can
the
look
coat.
it up.
The dude in the coat. And yeah, so they're all there. And of course, Danny is out here trying to drive drunk, but he can't. So, meanwhile, we finally get the fountain restoration, which was completed in 1993, which of course coincides with the year that Danny's mother died, which is when they started becoming, I guess, cultist killers, if you could say that. And all the names are there. Literally, I think every single killer is on that list.
That's right.
She's not even alive, but she's one of the most important characters, just in terms of like.
It's you're thinking of Hatcher, I think is the
Hatcher or Thatcher.
yeah,
I don't know.
No, Danny's mom is Butterman. I think she's such
Oh,
an
no,
important character because just her story, like mirroring Nicholas's, and just basically being so obsessed with her work that it ended up like being her demise. So it's the overall theme.
I believe it's 18. Can you confirm that, Platoon? What is the legal drinking age? I think?
Well, you see, the legal age to buy, you have to be 18 to buy it yourself, and it is illegal to buy it for anybody under 18 unless they're consuming it in a private home, and there are some leeway for, say, you're at a restaurant with family and you're 16, you can sometimes get it there. The de facto drinking age is like 12, but the legal drinking age is 18. But that was another thing that the film puts across quite well, the fact that all the kids are actually in the local pub, but they're all known and they're there for a reason, which is that they are known. It's a way of keeping an eye on them, and it's a way of keeping them off the streets. There's 2 pubs in my village, and one of them always used to be the pub that all the kids from my upper school went to because they didn't ask for ID and they made loads of money. Then they started asking for ID and went out of business. So, fuck them.
Yeah, it's kind of the same for France. I think that's just Europe in general. People drink really young here, and by 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want. That's it. You're legal for everything.
In France, they're just like their baby bottles are full of wine. They're just like, here you
basically,
go. Yeah, we're a little bit more strict with it in the United States when it comes to that stuff, but there is some exemptions.
21.
Well, specifically, there's the religious exemption is the main one. Like any religious event that you can. They basically can't say anything. So if you're in church or bar mitzvahs, stuff like that, they can't say anything. So
all right, and so we have every single killer given to us on a silver platter, well, I guess on a silver, what would you call
It's a
it?
gold.
More of a
It's a
brass-
gold. It's
brass
on a
plaque.
gold plaque.
On a gold plaque. Yeah. And so yeah, then of course we get the graffiti. I always thought that this graffiti would be relevant, which is why I had taken the slide, but I don't think that it is relevant at all later. I mean, the symbol itself.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the cult. It's like a symbol from the cult, but
Has to be relevant.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It has to be, but I paid attention. I watched it twice between yesterday and today, and I don't know.
Well,
It never
isn't it
came,
just
it
the
never came up.
first sign of something going slightly miss because they complain about graffiti as one of the things that they have to really watch out for when the Village of the Year thing comes up, and that's graffiti, I guess. So
Yeah, that's
is
true.
that the sole relevance it has?
Yeah, I think that is the only relevance that it has.
It's those damn hoodies.
It's the damn hoodies. Yep. And of course, you know, Danny, I'll just call him Ed. Fuck it. Ed tries to run him over because he's drunk and he doesn't know the way to the police station. But of course, on
Which
his
is
way there,
hilarious.
just grabs everyone.
Yes.
Don't forget how he rolls out of the way.
Yes.
Credit skills.
Rolls out of the way, all athletic like. And that's one thing, because at the beginning they do list, like as we said before, they list all of his achievements, his accomplishments, and you know, his physicality and all of that. But throughout the film, they emphasize on it. They show it properly, and it's like, yeah, I can accept that because it's an expo dump, but it's good.
One of my favorite parts in the whole movie is the sword fight he has with that old man, because it's just so, it's so fucking random, but they both commit. It's just even the way they shoot it is like they're both completely serious. I love it.
There's Dark Hour's favorite guy. Your favorite guys.
No, yeah, the one with the longer hair is the one who never knows nothing.
The other brother.
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius.
You never tell me nothing.
You don't even have to do a joke like this, but just the way they splashed it in is just, man, brilliant.
And of course, you know, he processes everyone. He does the paperwork, and Ed goes into the cell for the night. Of course,
number 4 is available.
Number 4 is available. Yes. And the next morning, of course, after all of this, we get to meet a lot more characters. So we've got the Reverend, and I think those are the two.
That's the doctor.
That's the doctor.
Yeah, that's the doctor. That's the teacher, and those are the Butcher Bros. That's what.
Yes.
I guess that's what they're listed on as IMDb, right? Butcher Brothers or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's weird that I don't understand how they hold those two jobs. Because they make a point about how lots of people hold two jobs, but both those jobs are daytime jobs. It's usually one that you would do in the day, and then one you would either do at night or on weekends. How could you be full time, cleaning up the streets with one of those trucks, and also be doing butcher work at the same time?
Maybe they're quadruplets. Yeah.
Well, both businesses are owned by Timothy Dalton, aren't they?
That's right.
That's true.
He owns both of them.
Right. So he just uses those employees. However,
He is a slasher of prices. Arrest me, officer.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, I love that speech. It's so funny.
Princess Fiona, I have a Snickers right here.
Yeah, does it come with a mini hammer right next to it, just like a ding?
No, I actually made that myself. I bought like a glass shadow box and like a stick. The ones that came with like the mini hammer were like $50. I put this one together for like $12. So I'll go buy a mini hammer at some point.
Maybe Fiona was being prescient when she was talking about your cut up knuckles. She was foreseeing that you were going to punch that glass to get the Snickers.
Maybe,
see, yeah,
maybe. That could have been it.
Set up and payoff. I see.
I mean, my hands are not all that cut up. I was thinking about this before. Like I used to get, when I first started fighting, I used to get like a lot of facial bruises and stuff, and I'm like, I never get them anymore. But I would like to for one stream, so people would actually believe me.
I'm willing to help you out with that if you need that.
I'm telling you, I mean, I fought 9 people today, and my face is fine. Well, as fine as it can be.
Dude, my knuckles are always blistered, so people always think I've been in a fight, weirdly enough. Like, my knuckles are horrible. Like, you would think that I've been beating something all day. Oh, that doesn't
that was
right.
a poor choice of words.
Yeah, all right. Let's move on. Timothy Dalton, ladies and gentlemen. There he is.
It was all because of Timothy Dalton.
Well,
that's why he's been beating something all day.
Oh,
yeah. Good looking man. What can I say?
Yeah, he's still a hot older man.
Yeah, it's Simon.
He looks a lot.
Simon
He honestly
Skinner.
looks a lot different with the mustache and stuff. Like from like
He looks
when
better
was
with the mustache.
Bond.
I
This
No,
is
like
a
him with a
good look,
mustache,
man.
and I hate mustaches. So if I think a guy looks good with one, that's good.
This is how I remember him because I first saw him in Flash Gordon.
Look at that mustache. Like he this is probably his best look, man. He's and probably one of my favorite roles of his.
He runs the local supermarché. There it is. Yeah, he uses the French word, of course. And so there he is. Yeah, nobody tells him nothing.
Nobody tells me nothing.
But it's so great because you almost your brain can't comprehend it on first watch. Like what the maybe maybe he's been here all night, whatever.
Yeah,
But you
it's like what
expect him
happened to his hair?
What the fuck happened to you since last night? You just whatever.
Yeah.
But you expect him to know, like
and you can't even go based on like the name badge because they'd have the same last name on the badge.
Exactly. Yeah. Everything about it is just like your brain can't comprehend this joke until it.
They even play it off because
you finally have the scene where you see both of them at the same time.
But Nicholas even looks at him like he gives him like a double take, like what?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
It's the type of thing where you can't say anything. He's trying to like what? No, okay, he must have just had a rough night. Whatever. Maybe he's got you're just going through all the options in your head real quick. You're like, fuck it. Okay, go to
I think if I was in that situation, I would have been like, man, your hair grows really fast or something like that.
And so we finally meet Frank Butterman, and of course you learn that Danny is his kid, and so Danny and Frank Butterman, ladies and gentlemen, and of course Frank Butterman, he's a fan of the Old West, which
yes,
he's a dual wielding badass, well, sort of badass. And we get a little tour, the riot room. That's because scar tissue under the skin is impeding the blood flow. You're not bruising, but healing slower. I guess, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say my jiu-jitsu instructor, he's like pushing 60, but he looks the same as he did when he was like 30, and that's because I always say his face is all scar tissue, so it just doesn't wrinkle, it just stays the same.
Yeah.
We need to get it to more fights to stay young.
Apparently, if you stay younger, the more you fight.
You heard it here first.
So don't tell Hollywood.
Yeah. And so we got the riot room that's never been used, full of cobwebs, and what animal is this, man? I keep forgetting the name.
It was a raccoon, I think, or
no, it's a porcupine, I think.
Porcupine, that's it. Yeah.
Either a porcupine or a badger. That was.
I love the way he just points at it.
Well, the one on that'll be a hedgehog. We don't have porcupines, we
shit.
don't have raccoons, so it should be a hedgehog if it's
a hedgehog then.
Some rodent.
Sonic, they say, yes, there he is. The evidence room, evidence locker, empty as fuck because no one to arrest. Everything's an accident.
But again,
Andes.
The scenes are hilarious, but it's just we're getting so much world building, or just at least from the small town, an idea of what life is here, what life is like here, and they do it so quick and efficiently. And even the reaction of the Andes, like they don't even start cracking the jokes yet, but just their introduction is fucking hilarious.
Just look at it. That's it.
My brain can't comprehend that is Viserys Targaryen. Like I just can't, like I can't believe it. Like
I tend, when I'm doing these like the watches for these kind of streams, I often have the subtitles on, so just in case I miss a line, I could catch something. And one thing I noticed when they go, "Oh, let's go to the Andes," they spell it like the mountains.
Yes, I saw that on mine too.
Yeah. And which is which is funny because then they immediately say, "Oh, well, they as soon as they say that their names are Andrew, from that point the Andes becomes spelled Andys from that point forward."
Mm-hmm.
So it was like they even built in the joke in the subtitles, which I found funny.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, if they do that with the credit, the guy who got credited as "I'm not Janine," then you know that the attention.
Not Janine.
Yeah, there was a good attention to that detail. Exactly.
Right.
Of course, they're all
even the way he freezes on eating the cake. Like I think this might have been the first, or like one of the few times I've noticed that. But it's so perfect.
Just eating the cake. They don't even move. They just stare, and then that's it. And then, of course, there you go. You've got all the swear box with the proceeds going to the restoration of the church roof. Church roof, of course, another setup of it, being in bad shape. So you've got knobs.
I like how you censored this with us.
Yeah, listen, it's the only word I don't know if YouTube is gonna accept, man. So
they will demonetize anything that has that word. I found that out the hard way once.
Yeah, so there you go. So I censored the C2 host T word for 2P. There you go. So you've got that set up again, and we meet the rest of them. So there's the the dude that you can't really understand with this
Boomhauer, just Boomhauer.
Yeah.
I love when we get to that scene. I love the scene with the translations going
Everybody
around.
Yes.
That's his moment. that's one of the most iconic moments of the movie, like for sure.
And then you've got Sergeant Turner on the right, and Doris Thatcher, which is Olivia Colman's character, which I really love her character in this
so
movie.
good.
I was
find
saying
it so
before that
entertaining.
she's when you were having like you had to dip out when we were backstage. She's like one of the most accomplished actors like in England. It's like she has
At
like
the time, was she
at the time
really
she wasn't, no, but now she is. She has like 5 BAFTAs, multiple Academy Awards, Emmys, Golden Globes. It's like by standards of like awards, whatever they may mean nowadays, but she got them before they kind of went to shit. But she has a lot.
I'm not super familiar with her, but I know like I loved her performance in this, and I will say, Marvel's Secret Invasion. It was an abomination. I fucking despise that show.
She was
but she was actually really good. She's the best.
Yeah,
part
she was the only good one in that whole show.
But again, you can't appreciate her because she's just there. She's just being a replacement. She's doing everything Fury should be doing. She's competent Fury. We're seeing her use her brain, and Fury is just disgracing himself. So it just ruins her character when she could have been interesting. So I'm just really.
I'm trying to think at the time this came out, she would have been famous for Peep Show. I think would have been around this time, and she was kind of a bit extra actor on that Mitchell and Webb, which is like a sketch show by the same guys. But like she was absolutely tiny for most of this. So she had, I mean, she was one of those people who actually goes around touring for the live versions of fairly like middle-sized sketch shows. Let's say that. Like it's meteoric rise from that position, but it sort of goes to say that a lot of comedians are actually held as being much better actors than anyone would give them credit for. Because they have to play all of these very, very different characters, and once or twice one of them actually does break out and prove the fact. But yeah, it's good to see where she's gone because she has always been quite a good actress.
And interestingly, I think everything that I've seen her in, like in British TV shows or whatever, she's always like in the police as a detective or something like that. It's so weird to see that her starting this where it's just a comedic, incompetence, and that she's always very capable in the procedurals.
Now that you point that out, it'd be cool to see a list of like comics that got acting opportunities and see what they did with it. Because like if you compare that to like the amount of rappers or musicians that tried to do acting and they sucked, it'd be
or even worse, athletes. Athletes are the worst.
Athletes are probably the worst, and then musicians. I think Eminem did great in 8 Mile. He's the one who kind of breaks the trend.
I mean, he was playing himself.
I don't care who you're playing. I don't care who you're playing. When I watch that movie, I'm thinking B Rabbit. I'm not thinking of Marshall Mathers, Eminem. I'm thinking B Rabbit. So I think the fact that you have that transition is pretty good. But the for comics, there's actually quite a few. Like I like Life with Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy. Quite a few good ones.
And so we also meet I forget this dude's name, but he's basically the Watcher. He runs the NWA, which Neighborhood Watch Association, I guess that's what they call it here. Of course,
we call NWA something else if you're old enough.
Well, I was going to say you could also say.
So yeah, I mean the other NWA, I guess they're not really supposed to like the police, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat.
Exactly. Yes.
You understand? So
they
You're
might
talking
say,
about Dr. Dre and all that.
Fuck the police.
Yeah,
straight from the underground.
Here we go. Neighbors with attitude. There we go.
Yeah. Straight out of Sanford.
And so what we get is kind of like the entire control room, and we get an overview of that this dude's been monitoring everything, and he does point out the what's his name, the
human statue.
The human statue. Sorry, I was not expecting Jay to say that, and that caught me really off guard.
And yeah, I mean, it's once again just really quick setup, and of course it's a lunch already because it's 11
half past 11.
Half past 11. That's it. That's all you need. And of course here it's sort of where we get the banter from everyone, and this is where we get them set up because you have I think
Tom
it's the
Weaver
Andes
was his
that
name, by the way. Weaver.
Tom Weaver.
Yeah, Tom Weaver, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I have the list next to me. So if like you can't remember somebody's name, I'll try to look it up.
So here you have foreshadowing, as I said before. I don't know if you guys picked up any of it, or at least subtle like hints. Most of it comes from the Andes, and it's basically them saying that he'll eventually jump into Sergeant Popwell's grave, which he actually does later in the movie. And after he says, everyone and their moms is packing, talking about guns. Then they ask him who, says farmers, which of course are packing, and farmers' moms.
Yeah, who else? Their moms.
Yeah, their moms also are packing. So yeah, mom. Yeah, which is relevant later. And this is where we start having Danny. Fuck it. This is where we start having Danny badger him with questions because he's a cop and he's been through some shit, whereas Danny is sort of admiring it. And let me just play a little clip.
What is it like being stabbed?
It's the single most painful experience of my life.
What was the second most painful?
You ever fired 2 guns whilst jumping through the air?
No.
You ever fired a gun whilst in high-speed pursuit?
No. You seen Die Hard, dude?
No.
Bad Boys 2?
No.
You ain't seen Bad Boys 2?
That last little bit reminds me so much of my conversations with Uninspired. Like that's our phone calls are basically what you just watched. It's like, wait, you haven't seen this? How have you not seen this movie? We're watching this movie. Like,
I mean, the you ain't ever seen Bad Boys 2 is so I used to quote that daily to anyone who hadn't seen Bad Boys 2. I would just crack out and just say it. It was oh man, Hot Fuzz is so quotable sometimes. I love it.
You also have the setup of the have you ever fired 2 guns while jumping through the air? Have you ever fired while being you will in the future. It's going to happen.
I have heard from people that have both been like, I've trained with a lot of police officers and stuff. I have heard from people who have been both shot and stabbed that being stabbed hurts more. So that actually is kind of like the fact that he says it's the most painful thing. I'm not sure exactly why that is, that it hurts more, but apparently it actually hurts more.
I don't think you have it. So with a knife, the nerves aren't as damaged. You don't with the
that's
shock
a possibility. You don't go into shock as much. It doesn't do that. There's
it doesn't. It literally a bullet wound. The nerve network around that is damaged by the hydrostatic shock. Right.
Also, for the most part, when you get shot, it goes through you, whereas the knife is kind of still there. So it's still
or not, but it's cut everything, and everything gets very angry very quickly.
Yeah.
So we're at an NWA meeting, and I can't say the word on YouTube, man.
If we were on your channel, yes, you could. I'm not letting you.
Man, I was gonna quote Ice Cube, man, but hey. So we meet again more people. Where this is the florist or
horticulturist.
I can only say it in French, man.
That's not a French word.
It is.
He's French. That's why all he can say is whore. That's all he can get out. He's stuck.
The horist.
Yeah.
It's the horse. Why do you think the show is called Two Hoes, man? And so we meet the farmer. We don't meet the farmer's mom yet. Reverend is there again, and it's just this weird ass occult setting. Jesus,
it's very Illuminati of the
or like a Mason kind of
weird
thing.
Rothschild balls-esque thing. And of course, their number one subject of discussion is the
human statue.
I keep defaulting in my mind to see the Invisible Man for some reason. So you can tell that Sergeant Angel is kind of fed up with it because he's not used to like such small scale problems that to them, of course, to the townspeople are huge issues. So it is quite interesting. And we finally do see the editor for the first time, Tim Messenger, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, annoying Simon Pegg because he wants him to handcuff the teacher. It's like, I think that sends the wrong message. It's like, all right, cool. So again, Sergeant Angle, which of course gets badgered, and it just reinforces that thing that people hate the messenger because he just can't spell. He just keeps making typos.
Yeah, there's got to be something wrong with having a journalist that cannot spell. Just saying.
I mean, who would fire him?
Well, that's the main problem is that he's all of the jobs, so he doesn't have an editor to catch those problems. Like, that's the whole point of
but
an
it's a
editor.
small
is like,
town.
yeah.
Yeah, and of course we get the swan escape. We kind of get a description of the swan, man. I think they describe it pretty well.
Human statues coming over here taking our jobs.
Wait, this is Piss Taker, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about that when he first answered the phone. Very funny. P.I. Taker, Piss Taker.
Yeah.
I love that.
Hello, Mr. Staker.
I mean, was this actor big at the time, 2007? I would think so.
Yeah, he looks about 6'4". Yeah, he's pretty big.
Oh, I forget his name, but he was in Logan. I think that's the last big movie.
Stephen Merchant. Is it Stephen Merchant? He does a lot of stuff with Ricky Gervais.
Yes,
the one that played Caliban. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him, Stephen Merchant.
Mm-hmm.
I really like him. I think he's great.
Let me find Piss Taker.
He's okay.
Piss Taker.
See what he played before this.
Probably something. I mean, he was also in Jojo Rabbit, which is a good movie. And there it is, the swan. I love the way Danny, he takes out the baton, he just whips it out, and he's like, "All right, come on, we're gonna get it." Just like,
what are you gonna do? Beat the swan up?
And of course, they never get the swan until the very end. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the famous cornetto. It's blue this time because police.
Yeah, because the popo.
So what's the story on that? That's like that wasn't planned. They just realized that and then they went with it.
So no,
oh no, it's planned.
The cornetto stuff was Edgar Wright used to use it as a hangover cure. That was like his go-to thing in the morning after drinking, and so it kind of just he wanted to add it in. So and he used the different flavors for the aesthetic of their wrappers. Like the one that they use of strawberry was in Shaun of the Dead because of the goriness.
Because of the blood.
This one was blue.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then the
green for aliens, right?
Yeah, green for aliens. Exactly.
I think it was it was either green or yellow.
Sci-fi. Cool, man. That's one of the great things about being a filmmaker. You can put those little things that are personal to you in a movie and just sprinkle them in. And it doesn't have to be like a major thing, but just people will appreciate it. And it ended up being called the Cornetto trilogy. That's awesome.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People call it the Cornetto trilogy or the 3 flavors Cornetto trilogy, which is just longer for no reason. And yeah, so I mean, Cornetto talk, ladies and gentlemen. Let me play the clip.
Yeah, why has he got that big coat on? Can't be cold. Why the extra layer? Why has he got his hat pulled down like that? He's fuck ugly. Or he doesn't want you to see his face because he's fuck ugly.
It's a trolley boy at the local supermarket.
Okay.
Lives up Summer Street with his mum and his sister.
And are they as big as his?
Who?
The mum and the sister.
Same person.
Same person.
I saved this super chat for a while. I have no idea how to pronounce Sivitser's nepotism for whatever the hell currency that is. What is that?
SEK.
Is that Swedish currency?
Krona.
Yarp or Narp?
Yarp.
No.
Yarp.
Yarp. Narp.
Do you really?
And that's the hound.
And I have a
Thrones,
new.
you guys, if you
I have
don't
a
know
new
that.
member, but I'm pretty certain Jamalama was already a member. So welcome back.
Jamma is a member twice over.
Yeah.
And again, recognizing Lurtz. You can't even see the hound in him because that's where the role that I know him most for, and it's just so crazy. It's completely different.
Completely different guys, right? But same person playing him, and it's hard to believe it's the same person, but you can see it in his face. Yeah.
It genuinely took me years to actually realize that it was the hound. Years.
Really?
Yes.
I know.
He's got such a well-rounded performance as the hound, and to see him
it's actually amazing how many people who were in Game of Thrones are in this. There's quite a few.
Can you guys remind me of the hound's favorite word?
Huh?
Just kidding. It'll get you guys in trouble.
I think it was on the curse box. It was 2 pounds you had to put in if you said it.
Oh, okay. I remember it now. I can hear him say it in his voice as well in my head.
We're getting a 1 here for
one. Oh yeah, definitely.
This chick was actually I'm writing a video right now for the most unexpected.
All right.
Well, no, about the most unexpected action sequences in like non-action movies. And anybody who watched who's a fan of Black Mirror here, they had the movie what is it? Bandersnatch, where she plays the therapist of the guy who's like going crazy. And if you, depending on your choices, there's like a kung fu fight as one of the ends between her and the main character. Yeah, she plays
one where like the
therapist.
your own ending type thing. I never actually watched.
Yeah, it's like honestly, Bandersnatch is like really interesting. But when I was like looking up actors and like what they've been in, I found out that she was the therapist in that, and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I'm actually writing about that scene right now. So
Man, my internet died when I was watching Bandersnatch, and it restarted me from the beginning. I said, "Fuck that shit."
well, that happens anyway throughout the movie. It'll just reset you at the beginning over and over again. So it's like part of the story is like, oh, you screwed up. Why don't you try that again?
Interactive movie, my ass.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so basically, it's just Skinner. Since they're visiting his what's his store called? The Superstore? No, it starts with an S. I keep forgetting.
Safeway.
Safeway.
Yeah, I think it's Safeway.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, me too. I don't think it's Safeway.
I can't remember, and I just saw it last night. I even looked at the
Summer something.
Summerfeld or something like that.
Summerfields. That might be right.
Yeah, that's it. Steve
one of
got
those.
it.
I'll take your word for it.
I think it's
to answer
Summerfield.
your question about the guy Stephen Merchant from before. We were trying to just figure out what he was. He really wasn't in anything up to this point. He did some bit parts in shows, and then Hot Fuzz was really like his first like big movie, and then he kind of took off from there.
All right. And of course, yeah. So we meet these two. Well, we meet Skinner in his office now, and of course, he's reading the newspaper, which is relevant later. And behind him is the security camera, of which we catch the this little man,
shoplifter.
The shoplifter. His name is Cocker P. I think that's what his name is.
He
Such a stupid name. Yeah,
he makes a little
Pete
point on
Cocker.
camera too about the right before this about the guy like the stupid aesthetic of his house, like just a little throwaway comment, but
yep, he does
something for later.
Yeah, because on the security camera you can see George Merchant. That's the dude that gets blown up, and it's his house that they're talking about, the fridge man as they call him, and yeah. So of course you've got the little shoplifter, and he's taking away all his goods, and as we're chasing him through town, we get the scene once again, but 2.0. Well, you know what? Let me just play the clip.
What's the matter, Danny? You never taken a shortcut before?
The fact that he looks back to see if anybody saw him screw up that badly is the best. The thing I love about that scene is that it's playing off of people who have seen Shaun of the Dead when he tries to do it, and the wall falls over in that one. So you're kind of expecting it to happen again, but
They
it
just
doesn't.
kind of bust through it.
Well,
It's on that flip that just kills me.
Well, in Shaun of the Dead, when he goes to jump over the wall just collapses. He doesn't fall through; like it falls with him.
Yeah.
So like. Yeah, so in this one, it basically is it's you're expecting it to happen again, and it doesn't, which is fantastic.
And I love it. And of course, we get even more setup with these kids and the spray paint, which is used to apprehend the dude. Which I guess he's someone's niece's cousin, something.
Yeah.
Just to let you know that. Yeah, I couldn't for the life of me figure it out, but. The funniest thing is when Danny says, "Oh, you know this dude." It's like, yeah, I couldn't see him because of his hat. I don't have eyes everywhere. It's like, well, exactly what I was pointing out in the car when we were eating the cornetto. Man, it's just small stuff like that just makes Hot Fuzz so rewatchable and so entertaining as well. Because I don't know, stuff like that just makes me laugh every time I watch it. And I can't for the life of me just say why. It just works.
There's very few movies that can like make you laugh at the same jokes over and over again. Like just they're that well constructed.
Yeah, there he is, Cocker P Cocker, something.
Well, to kind of like piggyback on what you just said, like Nick Frost really like his timing is phenomenal in both this and Shaun of the Dead. Like his delivery on almost every single line is perfect, and so that's one of the reasons why even if you've seen it before. A well-timed line will make you laugh every time.
Oh yeah, and I mean here's him doing his Point Break impression. Of course, just like shooting.
I was just gonna say, like, even the physical humor though, like it just works in so many ways. Like that we skipped over it, but the way he stops that chase, the way he grabs the cat and throws it and hits him in the head,
Yeah,
it's just perfect. Like what?
knocks him down.
Yeah, just little shit like that just works in ways where it wouldn't work in other movies. You know, the same
Like,
scene make me roll my eyes, but they somehow make it work.
Yeah, it's like haven't you ever pointed your gun at the air, shot it, and said "har"? It's like no,
Yeah.
I've never.
I mean, who
could've even
has?
said "har."
And it's funny that these movies give him the impression of what being a police officer really is, you know, and I really enjoyed you know, his enthusiasm, and you know, I think he also questions during the movie, how come nothing like that ever happens here? Or how come, you know, these
Mhm.
situations, you know, never happen? So I find his naivety pretty endearing, but at the same time it's like, oh dude, no, you don't want that to happen, you know.
Yeah, and
So
they play off each other well too, because you have Angel who's kind of finding an appreciation for the job because Danny is just so enthusiastic about everything and is following him around and saying, "Yeah, the stuff that you're doing is really, really, really cool." It's like that's you just have to acknowledge that, and that's where you kind of see him opening up a bit, which is, you know, what his arc is all about.
Like he knows it's coming from a good place, and he's one of the only people. Even though he's not a good police officer, he's one of the only people who's passionate about the job, and like Nicholas can at least appreciate that.
Yep. And of course, now we finally meet Romeo and Juliet. There they are, Mr. Blower and Eve Draper, which yeah,
She has an annoying laugh. She has a very
yeah,
annoying laugh.
She does have a very distinct and annoying laugh. Yeah, and yeah, so they get pulled over for speeding because they're late to their Romeo and Juliet audition, which is already the setup for that. And we do learn that the notebook is the most important tool that you should have on you as an officer, which is of course relevant in the third act.
yes.
And they don't want to go to the to the play, except that once they tear up the tickets, there it is. Well, it's not that they don't want to go; it's they can't go, or else it's kind of. I think he considers it as a bribe.
It's a
So
conflict of interest because they were given them they were basically sent those after not arresting somebody, so it would look like it was a payoff.
Yep.
Yeah, or
And-
bribe. Yeah.
and there they have to go to.
Well, it would look like it would look like it was the full payoff. It wouldn't even be a bribe at that point. It would be the next level.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, where I grew up,
But
man, you
he
could
offered
bribe
it to them.
officers.
Yeah,
He offered it to him beforehand, and he's like, "No, I can't take a bribe." But then he sends him anyways, and it's like, "Oh
Yeah,
man."
they're forcibly supposed to go, and Romeo and Juliet. It's so stupid.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrendous.
When they kiss each other 3 times, like, yeah, come here a little more, a little more. It's like, oh no. Of course, it just ends with this. I mean, just the state of Romeo and Juliet is just
That's it. That summarizes the whole scene right there. His face.
the rep
Terrible.
happy. The teacher is enthused. One of them is asleep. I just like the dude behind the control room guy. It's just like, what the fuck is this?
I think the guy who's asleep is the guy who fights him with the sword at the end.
Yes,
Pretty
it
sure
is.
that's him.
It's him.
That's one of the things that's amazing. Like this would just be extras in other movies, but no, they're legit characters with stories and like, you know, motivations, but just tiny little pieces of them throughout the whole movie.
And I mean, it's using all of your extras to your advantage. I mean,
Yeah.
because it is a small town, and the movie itself was made on a like small budget. I think it's a budget of 8 million, which I mean, even with the after Shaun of the Dead, it's still particularly small, you know, for 2007. It's like, yeah, this is an indie movie basically, and they managed to make it blockbuster level. It's quite ingenious.
Yeah.
And yeah, so after that they go to the 12 million.
Damn.
Sure,
Yeah,
about
I
8
mean,
million?
let's see.
I don't know. I saw 8.
I'll double
I
check.
may be wrong. I may be wrong. And so yeah, so we finally see Skinner again, and yeah, we get more info on George Merchant and the fact that then we get more info on George Merchant and the fact that Eve apologies.
12 to 16 million, so we'll call it 14. It's right in the middle.
Oh, how come Wikipedia says 8, man? Fake news, man. Fake news. That. So we also get the knowledge that Eve works at the local council, which just plays into everything that we said before about the bypass, and just links all these people together. And we still haven't gotten a single kill, have we, ladies and gentlemen? No. And at this point, I
Not
think
yet.
we were
No,
40 minutes into the movie.
It's around 38. I think it's like 38, 40. I actually clocked it when I was
Mhm.
watching because I find it interesting because you can watch this movie and have like, what the fuck is this movie about? Like, and then it completely flips upside down when you have
Yep.
it just becomes a murder mystery in a very interesting way. Yeah.
And each kill also is done in a different slasher style. So, I mean, for example, the first one that we see, of course, it's clearly, taking inspiration from Dario Argento, all of the Italian slasher movies. Then after that, you've got normal slasher. You've got some references to Scream as well. But
most people wouldn't even know that reference. The red light is what really highlights that. Italian slashers use the red light consistently.
Oh yeah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to look at Mr. Blower getting slashed.
Well,
Sorry, I cut you off, Jay.
no, so you've already had Timothy Dalton make some very threatening statements
Yes.
to the victims in the pub, and yeah, then you immediately have this payoff, and oh boy, here we go.
And I think the last thing that we hear is Simon Pegg saying "drive safe," and I hope we don't see him again, or we won't be hearing from him again soon, or something like that.
Yeah.
Then there it is. Boom. There's some really, really great prosthetics. Great effects.
Oh no, they just actually decapitated them, and the budget was too low, so they just killed them.
Yeah, we don't have an effects
So it's a
budget.
snuff
Get an
film.
axe. That's much cheaper.
I didn't know it was a snuff film.
For that budget, though, yeah, you're right. Not bad at all.
There's a funny thing. There actually is. I think there's one particular bit of CGI in the film. I think most of the CGI budget goes in this. So Sanford is it's actually I think it's the smallest city in the UK in real life. It's called Wells in Somerset. I was actually there 2 weeks ago, and the one thing that I think they use CGI majorly for is that they've airbrushed the big cathedral out of the background from all of the town shots. So that's the CGI that goes into a film like this. Everything else is mostly practical, like those little.
That's how committed Platoon was to this stream. He traveled to the town.
Yeah,
I did, yes.
Scoped it out. He was like, "What did they not have in this?"
So there definitely
way
are
you
some
should use CGI,
CG.
though.
There are some CG blood effects.
Yes.
in
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
but
I did
those
notice
are-
that when
Yeah, but that-
Buddy's head gets split.
Yeah, the steeple thing.
Yeah, even the beginning when he gets stabbed by Santa Claus, it's CGI blood that squirts out.
Right. Yeah.
But this is still in that era where before CG just went nuts and they know how
Yeah.
to use it peacefully and blend.
Well, they only
in,
had
you know,
10
practical.
VFX artists working on the movie.
Oh God, isn't it true that Godzilla -1 had 35 compared to like the fucking whatever the number for Marvel?
Compared to what monolith?
And one of the
all the
people
Marvel
doing the
slaves in the basement, just like
the actual director was helping with the CG like designs, and so he was
He's
true
an
in it.
effects. He's an
that would
effects
never.
director.
That's what I mean. That sounds like he was on top of everything. That sounds like a creative vision that would never happen at Marvel. They don't know what the fuck's going on there. It's just.
Because
Well, I think
It's an-
Smilex hit the nail on the head with all the money and all that stuff. They go, cocaine and hookers ain't cheap, you know.
I think Melvin's got it. That whatever's on Wiki is probably in pounds, not dollars.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying about that last one I just highlighted was about the money that Marvel spends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is probably correct. It was probably just a translation error. But
Fiona
either
beat
way,
him
we're talking about a minuscule budget by comparison.
Yeah, and of course, it's an accident, ladies and gentlemen, because
Everything is.
everything is an accident. It's just what is it? It's also a collision. That's what they
Yes.
call it.
Yes.
That's
It's not
right.
an accident. It's a collision.
And
This
there he
accident
is.
says there's no fault.
Yeah.
And there he is, of course, Skinner just doing Skinner things with his license plate that says Skinner at the back. It's just really good with the music passing by. So good.
Yeah. How many? I mean, what's his playlist like? Where he has to have a song for every kill that he's involved in. I mean, it's really got to be tough for him to pick those.
He
out.
knows when to press play. Like, you know,
Yeah.
That's
he's like,
right.
all right, here we
I have it
go,
right
bang.
and everything. Gotta
Maybe he
get to this
just
part.
listens to those day by day. Who doesn't have the Crazy World of Arthur Brown on every playlist going?
Romeo and Juliet. I mean, they do point out the fact that he's not supposed to know who is dead, but he says word travels fast, which I guess you could say, I guess you could recognize the car as well, but they are still really, really, really pushing him to be to be shown as the killer. So
it's like I said, it's like a red herring that's not really a red herring.
Yeah,
It's a strange plot device that they decided
It's
to use.
the dude.
It's set up where it looks like it shouldn't be this, and then
you think it's
that by going no, it actually is, along with everybody else.
Yeah, it just looks too obvious.
Yeah,
so
right.
you're automatically searching for different things.
Right,
and
they're playing your expectations.
Can I just say about the Andes? It's not even just their lines; their fucking expressions. Just looking for right now. It's just, oh man, the body language, the facial expressions, everything just nailed.
It is true. It's hard to believe that this is Paddy Considine that gave us House of the Dragon, man.
It's one of the biggest in my head in terms of trying to process that this actor played these two characters. I just can't do it.
This is the dude I said that looked like Drinker whenever he put on the sunglasses. It was Paddy Considine in this movie.
I must disagree.
Sean Bean going from Boromir to Ned Stark is like an easy transition. Like it's just like,
you can see it.
Continuity. This is what would happen if Boromir didn't die, pretty much. You know,
It's so different.
But Patty going from the Andes to Viserys. Oof.
And of course, what he's doing right now, it's basically he's basically trying to convince the Andes that he doesn't think that it's a murder per se, but he does think that there is foul play, which of course no one believes because everyone is brainwashed into thinking that it's an accident, sadly. But hey, and of course, man, Platoon left at the worst time because we're about to visit Arthur Wembley, ladies and gentlemen. There he is.
I mean,
yes.
I mean, he'll probably be back before we end this. Maybe he'll come back with his VTuber.
Yeah, it's true. VTuber. I didn't even realize that he didn't have his VTuber.
No, yeah, he has multiple computers, so it depends on which one he's using.
Oh, excusez-moi.
Well done.
And so yeah, I mean, there he is in the flesh, man, from Harry Potter. Oh well, yeah, Harry Potter 2007
And Game of Thrones.
And Game of Thrones. He was
Walder Frey.
Walder Frey. Yeah, that's true. Game of Thrones.
And he was Filch in Harry Potter.
All of the Game of Thrones people were just like, wait, I can't even think about it. I can know them by name, but you're gonna have to point them out as they come. Like, oh fuck yeah,
there's a lot of people. It just goes to show you how like the British whatever their Actors Guild is, they kind of travel in packs because
the British
like, they have a lot
Film
of Harry
Association.
Yeah, like the way that they do
British
it.
Film Institute, BFI.
Yeah, the way that they do it, it's like you get a lot of people who are in Game of Thrones. They cross over with Harry Potter. They cross over with this. They kind of move in like packs.
You can watch his scenes. You could watch his scenes in Game of Thrones like completely out of context and just enjoy the acting. He's such a fucking dick. He just plays such a good character. Fantastic actor.
He's just like
Here he's just a crazy old man.
I
love the translation or the
play the scene.
He evolved.
Yeah.
The way the translation. Oh yeah, you're gonna do anything? Yeah.
Let me play it.
Said edge is edge, huh? He only chopped him down because he couldn't see the view no more. What's he on about?
He said an edge is an edge. He only chopped it down because it spoiled his view. What's Reaper mooning about?
This kind of reminds me of sometimes when Northern English bastards talking for a while. And I'm like, what the hell did you just say? I don't think that was English, bro.
I can at least understand it from the dude with the dog a bit, a bit.
I can relate slightly to this because my dad's got a real thick accent and like I can understand him clearly, but my friends would be like, huh? And I'd always have to kind of translate like that. So I've done this like a million times. I've been in Ed's shoes where I'm just
don't worry, we're gonna play
that.
We're gonna play that scene one more time when Platoon comes back because
such a fucking good scene.
The dog is named the dog is named Samson. He washed out of police dog school because he was too friendly. True story.
Yeah, I actually saw that when I was doing my research. The dog's actual name is Samson, but they called him Saxon in the movie. I was like, why didn't you just change it to Samson for the movie? Like,
that's true. I mean, a lot of times dogs they actually have names. If you look at the credits, they're like it's mostly something the dog. It's weird.
The swan actually has a name too. It's Elvis.
What?
Elvis the Swan. Oh,
Elvis
God.
the Swan.
You know, I'm happy to see the animals are getting treated good on set. Like that's
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
By the way,
Elvis
Gord King pretty much nailed this with this. It's like a Biden speech.
Biden speech. Really?
So perfect every time. Like how many takes? I hope that was like the first take. Like you just
No, I mean it might have been his first take, but
Oh,
it definitely
God.
wasn't their first take. They
Oh, no.
definitely had to.
They would
The
have
way it
laughed
was
so
cut.
hard, man.
Yeah, 100% melted.
Dude, if you watch the Hot Fuzz bloopers, a lot of them have like they're retaking these scenes like 20 to 30 times because
to
they
be.
can't stop laughing.
Has to be. That's one of the
It's
best things about
crazy.
bloopers in the 90s. They would show that shit and like you could see like all the work that went into it. Like the 7 takes it took to get the scene right, you know? Rush Hour was good for that too, I remember.
Oh yeah. And then of course what do we get? Oh yes. What we finally get is we get to see his arsenal because yeah, he just
Oh, the lead up to this though is great. The do you have a license for this gun?
This one.
Yeah.
This one. I was gonna say the difference in the translation, it goes from Ed translating the old guy to where like he slowly begins to like learn the language where he doesn't really like you notice the scene, he doesn't really he's saying it and they're still doing it, but he's actually comprehending everything that's going on without needing the translation. So he's
This
slowly...
is actually pretty accurate. It's pretty close to him being American. I mean,
yeah.
To tell you the truth, only Americans would probably have a sea mine in their like I guess that is like a shed. Yeah, it's yeah, this is like a barn or a shed, but like I could see like somebody in like Alabama having like a sea mine in their garage.
Yeah, someone's grandpa has one for sure.
Pay attention to where he runs. Wait, do you see where
he goes way
runs?
out.
What?
He
Well,
goes in
he-
the direction of the blast. Like if it blows up, it'll blow up literally in front of him. Don't you guys?
See, man.
Look at where his position.
I can watch this scene over and over again. I love
Dude.
gun porn scenes.
Just look at his positioning when he's running away from the door. Instead of getting behind cover, he just like stands in front of it. So if anything explodes, he'd literally take the full blast. It's look, you see him on the left.
I never noticed that.
Like,
oh,
what
nice
is
cover,
behind?
bro.
It's like, come on, man. And so yeah, so the evidence locker is finally full, ladies and gentlemen, and they've got the sea mine, which becomes relevant later.
I just want to know how he got a sea mine. Like how did this happen?
He found it.
Just found it in the middle of like it doesn't seem like they're near the ocean.
Yeah. Well, it kind of looks
They never-
rusty, so I will blame him. He probably found it at like I guess maybe he's like one of those collectors. I mean, I was explaining this. I think it was on. I don't know if it was on this live stream on Two Hosts or on BSUP or something. I was telling you guys about the German dude that had an entire tank in his garage from the World War II. I was like, yeah, dude just had it there. It happens. eBay.
Some lady's grandma, like like if someone passed away and then they just have it in their attic for like 3 generations type thing.
A fucking sea mine. Yeah, sure.
World War II era.
Yeah, I was to
sea
say
mine.
there were a lot of sea mines available around England.
And so yeah, so we finally get like a nice bonding moment in the pub, and this is where we get Angel's backstory and why he's an officer with his uncle and the is that a bike that he got?
Pedal car.
Yeah,
pedal car.
He's
Yeah.
pedal car, and he'd go around like arresting older kids for
and they kick his ass. for
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
it.
He'd get beaten up, but he didn't
He
care.
got beaten up a lot.
Got
That's
beaten up a
good
lot.
backstory, like just everything about his character that we know is reinforced by this. I'm like, that makes sense. That would turn you into what I'm seeing now. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, and of course you also get like Danny's backstory on his mom and how his mom died. Like, as we said before, she was taking care of the town. It broke her heart that the town didn't win, and she basically offed herself.
He doesn't mention that though. He mentions just his car accident, so it's obviously a separate subject to him, and he quickly changes the subject with the joke.
Yep.
I do want to ask Melvin, if you could just tell us out there, how far away is this supposed to be from the ocean? Because I'm curious. Gloucestershire.
It's probably just Gloucester, like it is in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
Gloucester.
I mean, I guess I can look up the map. But...
Gloucestershire. That's how they pronounce it. Yeah, I guess. I hope. And yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good bonding moment because you can really actually tell that Danny cares about him, and he's trying to open his heart out. And of course, he lets loose because they eventually get drunk together.
This is the moment they become friends, for sure.
Yeah, this is when they become friends. And of course,
Okay, I guess it does have a coastline. It's like right near Wales, it looks like. So, but it's got a coastline that would be you wouldn't put a sea mine in this area. It's like a little like inlet channel.
Never say never during the war.
Knows.
Yeah, given the number of U-boats that were operating, yeah, they put sea mines pretty much everywhere.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. I mean, hey, never say never during the war. It's because of the Canadians that we have the Geneva Convention. So they're considered the nicest people ever. So,
except when they go to war.
Exactly. Oh shit!
No, we kicked Platoon back. I'll do it. I got it. You are back.
Hello again.
We can rewind back to the to that scene.
What's your thoughts on the gun scene, man?
Platoon, I have a question for you. Is this real or is this just nonsense?
Said edge is edge, he only chopped him down because he couldn't see the view no more. What's he moaning about?
He said an edge is an edge. He only chopped it down because it spoiled his view. What's Reaper moaning about?
It's so fucking good.
It's only slightly exaggerated, but it's basically true.
Oh god, man, I could never. I mean, I think that if I go to Britain, well, even here in France, you have some places like, for example, if I go to the south, like near Marseille, I can't understand what the hell they're saying. Their accent is so deep. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And you go to the north as well, completely different. I need a translator.
Hostman would like to know what everybody on the panel would like in regards to pie. So I guess he's asking what our favorite pie is.
Bacon, or is he?
I was gonna say, where are you
cherry
at?
pie. I like cherry pie.
I was thinking,
resist.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking.
I also enjoy pumpkin pie, but that's a bit out of season. So.
Yeah, pumpkin pie.
Not to sound like a classic Texan, because I've always loved this, but pecan pie is amazing. Just saying.
I don't know. I'm not really used to pies. So I mean, the only pie I'm familiar with is the one Jay's familiar with as well. I could think so.
Yeah, check private chat. That's the one.
Oh my god, you guys! Come on.
I saw Revenge of the Nerds when I was young. It was formative.
Just pick a damn fruit.
It's formative.
Yeah, and
unfortunately, that's a movie we probably could never really do on Two Hoes. Like, it's
What,
just
Revenge of the Nerds?
Revenge of the Nerds. It's just got too much. We'd have to take out too many of the good scenes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Le pie, yes, le pie. Pie in French is tarte. So yeah, Tarte. Yep. And I know I never eat pies, man. So I guess meat pie is that a thing?
Like a shepherd's
mincemeat pie. There's a mincemeat pie as well.
Shepherd's, yeah, mincemeat pie.
Like a shepherd's pie also has like potato, like
mashed potatoes.
Yeah, mashed potatoes. Shepherd's pies are good, man. And so yeah, so we finally get to see George Merchant again, who's drunk, of course, after bonding. Of course, Angel and Danny after bonding, and there he is again, Skidder, just lurking about. He's kind of like the Candyman of Hot Fuzz, just everywhere. Shepherd's pie made from actual shepherds. Huh?
Oh, that's gross.
All right.
This is the guy whose house doesn't fit with the village's rustic aesthetic, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's another very real thing. Anyone that's seen Clarkson's farm and the number of problems you get when you try and build anything in this country because some wanker somewhere decides it doesn't fit with the rustic aesthetic of the village.
I don't even get why. Well, like, is it just for like tourist purposes that they don't want to change them?
No, it's because local councils are given power that they really shouldn't have to say no to things they shouldn't have any say over. That's literally just it. It's just some tosser somewhere decides it's not within the character of the village. The rest of the village doesn't have a say, and if they do, they're usually wrong. But yeah, it's just you're not allowed to build things in this country anymore, which is a shame. I think that house is quite nice, but there we are.
I do think it's nice.
Yeah.
I like a house like this. It looks good.
That's perfect.
And what did they
Yes,
say?
I think we would all like a house like this.
Yeah. I mean, what did they say? They got a little drunk because he's little and he's drunk.
Yeah, that's one of those.
line.
That's one of those great lines.
And when he's giving him the money, he's like, "How much? 20." It's like, "Here you
20
go,
20 quid.
Yep.
Here's your
He's like,
change.
Here's your change. Bless you." It's like, yeah. And of course, another kill, ladies and gentlemen. And I think this one comes exactly 10 minutes after the last one. So right now they're speeding it up. And so the kill is intercut with Angel and Danny watching movies. But I cut down the kill, so let's just see the kill. Beans, toast,
Bacon and beans.
I was literally about to say beans and toast. Platoon, care to explain?
I'm actually eating pizza at the same time. No. It's a believable ruse for a murder.
The beans and toast thing is just always like astounded me that's like become such a joke about like English food. Is it beans and toast?
Is it always Heinz beans?
Heinz is the default bean type. Honestly, I am the opposite of a food person, and this keeps coming up, and I really don't give a shit about food. I don't. If I could do it all in a pill, I would. But no, apparently I'm now the premier defender of beans on toast on the internet.
That's why I did it to you. I know you. I actually know you don't really care. I know the audience does for some reason though.
So one thing, Dark Hours, you were talking about the clever edits. This
Yes.
is an example of that because you have them at Danny's. You want a beer, they open the fridge, and then you see hand reach in and get the bottle, and it's actually the other guy. Yeah.
Even when he hits him in the head, it cuts back to Angel plopping onto the couch.
Right. Yeah.
Like it's smooth work where you don't lose either scene.
It's really, really good, and I mean, again, it just continues what they do, what they were doing at the pub, and of course, to enter Danny's house, they speak as if they're, it's a night out there. They're about to enter the house and have sex. Like, oh yeah,
yeah. So you want a drink?
Got some tea, some coffee,
relationship trope stuff. Even before he's like, "Oh, I'll show you what to do," he looks at his lips, so like they're gonna kiss him, and then he just runs and like opens up the movie.
Yeah.
So, because of the slide we are currently on, I will end the poll for which one first. Point Break destroyed Bad Boys 2, might I add. 71-29. So 71% to 29%.
Yeah, well, I guess save the best for last. So Bad Boys 2 for last. There you go. Hey,
well, one of them's a sequel, so sometimes it becomes a, like I would assume that like people would more gravitate towards the like self-contained entity movie in that instance.
I mean, yeah, there he is doing his Point Break gun shoot again. It's like there, and then of course shit just got real. It's probably one of the most iconic scenes ever. Now, man, it's just plus. When this happens, when the shit just got real quote comes on, it's morning and they're receiving the call about him getting what is it? Did they say No, that was the other one. Decaffeinated and decapitated.
Decaffeinated. They keep saying
decapitated. Yeah, and so yeah, that's the remnants, and of course, just everything burnt to a crisp. Sad.
And it's ironic, as the refrigerator king, that he was killed by an oven.
Yeah, of course, it's always.
Yep, there he is. The spark.
There he is.
Good.
Fucking
and then
fantastic.
that fire song.
Fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it just continues to point the fact that they don't really care. Everything is an accident, and I guess the number one problem on their mind, since they take everything as an accident, everything else is a joke, is the swan that's still there. Of course, it's a reminder to the audience: the swan still hasn't been caught. It's there on the camera. And what did they call him? The most wanted, Sanford's most wanted. So, yep,
It's literally Chekhov's swan. That's what it
Yes.
is. It's a swan taking the place of Chekhov's gun. It's quite impressive.
Oh, good point. Good point.
We have a new poll up for beans on toast or not on toast.
Oh my god.
But you put on not toast.
On not toast, not on toast.
What
about
on that which is not toast?
Yeah, on that which is not toast. Yeah, it's like just on a plate. Whatever you want to
So
put it on
something else.
besides toast. Like-
So there's beans on toast. What about toast on beans, man? You gotta,
Ooh, now we're.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta go and
Okay.
add that. I
I
think.
think that only works in
Oh, yeah.
Australia.
I was gonna say that too. And so yeah, so we're finally at the like, is this at the church, in front of the church, right? So they're raising money for the roof, of course, and we learned that Nicholas Angel hasn't touched a gun in 2 years since the Kalashnikov incident. I guess the Operation Crackdown is what they
He
had
gets
called
peer
it.
pressured into it, like because he knows that Ed knows that he's probably going to be so well suited for this, but he has a real thing with using guns. He doesn't want to touch it. It's been like 2 years or something. He says.
And of course, again, more foreshadowing. You take down the I think he says you take down the village people or something like that, and you get to go home with the monkey, of course. So at the end of the movie, takes down the village people, gets Ed. Basically.
Oh my god, I've never even I don't even think I've ever
Yeah.
noticed that. Yeah, this is what I mean. You can watch this movie plenty of times and like there's just too many things. I
Oh,
probably
yeah.
knew that years ago, but if
You forgot.
Yeah,
there's
because
just things you
Danny's
can forget in this movie.
Danny's sweet. He's got a good heart, but he's kind
Yeah.
of dumb as a stump, you know. So that's a good analogy.
Yeah, defeat the town, get the monkey. That's perfect.
Of course, he aces everything, and at this point, we've got Tim Messenger that comes through, and he wants to give a message. Of course, wow, that's incredible. Tim Messenger wants to deliver a message, and he tells him to meet him at 3:00 under the church, I guess. And during this time, he has to Sergeant Angel has to do the raffle, and two names are taken from the raffle. So Simon Skinner, who is apparently in the bathroom, and Tim Messenger, who is also absent because, well,
His time is up.
His time is up, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see how Tim Messenger dies. Fucking
Yeah, if you look closely, you can see that
that's
it's
so awful.
CGI blood, but
yeah.
Still, the
It's
idea
ugly.
of dying like that. Ooh, but
Well, I mean, it would be quick, you know.
Yeah, you really wouldn't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that it happened.
Yeah,
but the person watching would.
Well, that's their trauma to deal with. That's not your problem anymore.
Sergeant Angel for like witnessing the whole damn thing.
Just rewinding slightly to like what Tar was saying a little while ago. This you don't have to go back in the slides. But apparently the role was originally supposed to be for a woman for Danny, and that's why they kept the romantic subtext for comedic effect. I did not know that.
Oh, that's kind of.
I mean,
That's
listen,
cute.
man. If you aren't a little gay with your homies, are they really your homies? You know?
I just think like the way they portray it is like real friendships are a tricky thing. Like you can see everyone else as an associate, but like they're real friends, and seeing that evolve, you're gonna have to have those real moments like that, you know.
Dude, when I hang around my best friend, a lot of people sometimes they think that we're both gay, man, because the stuff that we say around each other, it is so funny, and people just look at us like, "Are you guys serious? Like, are you sure that you guys aren't doing anything?" It's like, no, man, it's
like that scene from 40-Year-Old Virgin. You know how I know you're gay?
Well, you know, if you're secure enough in your sexuality, you're fine.
You didn't care. Like you once you're old enough to get over that fucking shit, like your closest friends, especially if you're in your 30s, whoever your closest friends are people that you love. I got no time for people like I have no time for you unless it's someone that I actually, you know. So
Exactly,
it's just relationships. That's all it is. And this movie really does a good job of showing the difference between like organic relationships, like that leads to something meaningful, and in other ones they're just acquaintances, right?
And even in Shaun of the Dead, when he's like, when Ed, I think he brings him like a pint, and he's like, "Thanks, babe," and then he gives him the wink. It's like, yeah,
That's probably that's probably an
That's
even
so
better
great.
scene. Like that one is just nailed.
But to get back to the current scene we were talking about, Fiona, I'm gonna sum this one up, basically saying that if somebody calls you and says, "I need to talk to you," and can't tell you on the phone, just assume that that person's gonna die before you meet them. Essentially,
Yeah.
because
Okay.
well, that's,
I
I'm
guess.
guessing in movies.
Yeah, I'd say that's a standard movie trope.
Yeah.
Dark Hour, I'll call you tomorrow. I'll tell
Well,
you.
yeah,
that.
like I'll tell you in the morning. We'll talk about it in the morning.
Yeah.
It's like guaranteed that motherfucker's dead. By, like,
It would be really hard for me and uninspired to have a conversation in real, like in person.
That's true.
Like, one of us would have to like go and get our passport renewed and stuff. So it's gonna. There's actually probably a greater likelihood of that happening if you have to do it internationally.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm always ready to fly international because I was like raised abroad, so I always have my passport ready and everything like that. I know people that don't even have passports, which always blows my mind. Even to this day, it still blows my mind.
If
I
it
don't
is a
know how-
rule, though, like my friend just like literally an hour ago sent me a message saying, "Are you free later?" It's like, "Yeah, why?" And it's like, "Because I need to tell you something." It's like, "Can you just text it?" "No, I have to call you." Oh, oh no!
Platoon, if you would
R.I.P. R.I.P.
Platoon, if you would like to take a moment and go double check if that person's still alive, we would understand.
Well, look, I think it's probably beyond my ability to fix, so I'll find out later.
Yeah, it's
I'm sure
best
he's
just to
probably
order
dead
the
already.
flowers and be prepared.
Yeah, it's, I mean, at this point in the movie, I guess this is what you would consider the low point of the film. But I mean, the low point really doesn't last long. I think it lasts maximum 2 minutes of screen time. That's it.
It's not long,
Yeah.
but it's effective. Like seeing their friendship damage at a time like this, it's like, ah, nobody wants to see this, you know. And
Yeah.
on top with the rain and everything, and plus everyone just thinks like Nicholas is a dick.
But you've also got the other one. It's the two low points. This one, and then the one when he's driving back to London, and Danny tells him go back to
Yes.
London, and like he's like, and that's the one immediately preceding the third act's recovery. But so yeah, this is probably the I don't know which one would count as the lowest of the two big low points.
I would
of
say
the
the
film.
second, and I'm glad you brought that up because yeah, that one is really like, oh, so he's just going to give up. Danny's going to stop giving a shit, and
That's
everything's going to
definitely the point,
continue to go to hell like it always has, and nobody pays for their actions. It's really like the first time I saw it, I'm like, whoa, they can't end it like this. What?
Angel's resolve is still like unstoppable here at this point. Like they've almost broken him by time the things that you guys are mentioning. Like,
They have
Yeah.
broken him.
Yeah,
at
it's
this
like
point.
when he says that, oh, she tripped and fell on her shears. That's when he's just like,
Yep.
what the fuck is going on in this town?
Well, I think as Rennie's pointing out more, the problem with, I mean, the second one is impactful because Danny he's been aspiring to be, you know, great cop like Angel, and him saying, look, just you go back to London and everything will be fine. He's essentially giving up, right?
Yeah.
He's walking away from that, and that's why you're like, wait, what? No, what the hell?
Yeah.
No, he
you're
loses
actually trying to be
everything. You know,
competent.
this
It's
is the type of
both,
thing.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
imagine he never actually got the redemption of going back. This is something that would keep him like haunt him until like his old age. Like the
Right.
type of person like Nicholas, he would never live this down.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And they sort
Well,
of
Danny would never amount to anything, right?
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
because he just goes back to being, you know, dad's not so smart son.
Yeah, and I mean, like, of course, since this is like the first low point, as you guys said, well, what does he do? Well, he buries his head in work and he starts connecting the dots, and that's when he decides to try and, I guess, go after Skinner, because he connects the dots with the bypass and with Mr. Blower, Eve Draper, yeah, the Bippus, and that's what he's doing. He goes back and he gets Danny. Wait, yeah, Danny, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah.
Dude, I keep telling you, Ed just keeps popping in my head, and so it's Danny, and yeah, he essentially just goes back with him, and he tries to make Danny a better police officer by helping him, you know, connect the dots. And it's like, yeah, they're bonding again, but this time Danny is just becoming better as well. But in the end, you know, he still kind of remained on the fence that, yeah, it was just an accident. So they're clearly really, really brainwashed at this point. And of course, it's his birthday.
Also, Danny is quoting him throughout the movie, like backing him up with little things that he mentioned, like the skidding. I think that was one of them. But the other guy, I can never remember his name, but he's like one of the main guys. And he's like, "Oh, you're here to take my job." If you see him, he's studying the handbook throughout the entire movie, and he's trying to improve, listening to what Angel does. And then he's the one who does the battle strategy in the end. And like Angel's like, "Oh, what he said," you know. So he's got his own little arc as well. Yes,
the guy with the glasses.
yeah. He's got his own little arc as well. Nobody remembers his name, but everybody loves him. It's just he's just a guy. But he has one of my favorite arcs in terms of the side characters for sure.
Yeah, and then of course, it's Danny's birthday, but he didn't mention anything to Angel. So Angel goes out for a quick. Also something that I did forget to mention is that this is the first instant that we get of London that's calling Sanford. So, which of course they call again, and that's the reason why at the end they come, because he's never answering the phone. He's always busy.
One quick thing with Danny too. I think him not mentioning his birthday is one of the most important character moments for him, because it just shows how serious he is about trying to to everyone else. Maybe he would have. That's something he totally would have mentioned for weeks oncoming back in the day. But with Nicholas here, he's trying to be more serious.
But he wanted to be a good cop
for him. Yes. It's his growth is underrated in this movie. He's trying.
I agree.
Work and
Sergeant Tony Fisher, by the way.
Is it Tony Fisher or is
Tony
it
Fisher
Turner?
Is his name. No, it's Fisher.
Oh,
this lady's monologue, holy shit.
Leslie Tiller, by the way, who is a horticulturist, last name Tiller. Just want to point that out.
Oh my god, I know the way they do that is so good. It's subtle too,
Yeah, and so basically she just she fills him in about the value of her land. It's sort of weird,
all the gossip. It's hilarious.
A small town
God rest
gossip.
his soul or whatever.
Good, yeah, everything. That's why every part of her monologue, if you break it down, is just like
every person she has to say God rest it, because they're all dead.
Yeah,
pretty much, yeah.
And so we learned that she's selling her store, but all of this is kind of irrelevant because this is what this would be the logical way to proceed if you're writing the narrative. Of course, you have an actual Sherlock Holmes type of thing with an actual reason as to why these people died, not just she had a shitty laugh, so we just killed her. It's like
he's doing the logical thing, trying to actually connect the dots and piece everything together, and he thinks this is the big revelation that he needs,
right? And so is the audience.
Ending, that's what makes the ending so potent. Of like, wait, what?
It's like, no, we just killed them because it's like,
oh man, even the revelation, one of my favorite scenes with Danny is the Cornetto scenes where it's like, oh, it's just one swan actually, and then it just goes over to like, oh, it's just one killer actually, just the repeating that comedy beat. So effective, and that's what actually clues them into it.
Yeah, and again, they're playing on the audience's expectations for how the story should go and how they should figure it out, and then surprise.
Then there again, 10 minutes later, another kill, and man, I kind of like this kill. Wait, I'm not too sure if I have audio on this clip or not.
Yeah, this is the best one.
All right, so there is no audio on this clip. Nice.
No, and he barely steps out of the shop, and she gets sheared to death.
Yep. He throws the baton in the name of the law.
And this is where I was talking about how choppy the editing is and annoying it is sometimes, because like we can just film these guys running straight. We don't have to cut back every 2 seconds. So.
I feel like that's the classic Edgar Wright, though. Sometimes now that I see more and more of his films,
I think I know what you mean. You could have, but there's a tone that it captures with the madness that like there's less clarity, but like I don't know. I think Simon Pegg's just nails it with the body language and all the obnoxious and everything.
Even the body language is a reference as well, because I don't know if this has come up already, but it's not very well shown in this shot. But in other shots, when you see him running for a more extended period of time, his run is the run for the Terminator in Terminator 2.
Yes.
With the
hands straight. Yeah.
Yep. That's hilarious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't really notice that. Now I can see
reference to Scream, slashing.
Have you seen this killer?
References, man. So many details. I think the things like the flips and the parkour aspects to it, it just makes it the crazy cutting makes all those things just stand out a little bit more. I know what you're saying, but I think it kind of works, at least for this thing.
I like it. I'm used to it. It'd be
This-
weird if it was smooth for me.
Yeah, because I don't want to take that scene too seriously. I like
It works here, but it doesn't work in something like Jason Bourne or John Wick.
Yeah,
if they tried
exactly.
to do
Okay,
it
no,
as
with that I
properly, it would've been
100%.
ass.
I think there's one good John Wick movie, and like that's about it. It's all
Mhm.
trash after that.
Mhm.
In my opinion, the first John Wick club scene, like that, the entire franchise was built off them trying to recreate the magic of that scene. And they've never
Basically,
been able to do
yes.
it. Yeah, because that's
Hopefully,
an all timer right there. That one, they just every fucking element is nailed.
Really random comment in the chat, but I want to help Steve Casaboom out a little bit. He's looking for some Canadians to talk about standing in a bank line with Relic. I don't know what the hell that means, but and a seafood counter and Michael J. Fox in Vancouver. So if there's any other Canadians out there, please talk to him about that because I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
I'm Canadian. I don't know what he's talking about. What you talking about, dude?
And I mean, there we go. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Here's a happy accident, ladies and gentlemen. She slipped and fell.
Yeah, the way he
Yeah, who
says this
falls
too
on
is like,
the
"Oh, you're
stairs?
telling me this? You're telling me that this wasn't an accident or some shit."
Like,
it's
has
crazy.
anybody known for something like that to happen where it just gets them right?
Well,
in
if you
the,
fell
like,
on your
vital
shears, you would be
point?
forward.
I know.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
be backward.
That's why it's such
Exactly.
a fucking perfect comedy piece. Because just look at her; she clearly got murdered, dude. Like this is it.
She has
Yeah,
a
it's
terrified
like
look on her
smoking gun
face.
here. This is
It's like, come on, man.
You people must be from the big city, always looking for murders. This is clearly an accident. I don't know what you're talking about.
Change the fucking record.
Yeah, murder. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's trying to convince everyone that it was a murder because, well, he was there. He saw it. Like, still, no one believes him. And they
Patty's
even
fucking facial expressions in every clip. You
yeah,
it's
Patty
every frame.
Considine even tries to blame him. It's like, yeah, then why were you there? It's like maybe you're the one that cracked and
Yeah,
just did
it's
it
like, oh,
because you
come
were
on,
looking
man.
for murder. It's like
He has been near the scene of the crime or the last person with the victim several times.
Yes, that's the
But he
thing,
says
too.
he was getting him a peace lily, and Danny at least smiles and notices that. He appreciates it.
Yep. And so yeah, I mean, they decide to they decide to I think go get Skinner. Yes, because they think
Oh,
they
this
have
scene.
sufficient evidence. And yeah, man, I just love the fact that everyone just appears like, yep, let's arrest Skinner. The entire police force, ladies and gentlemen, there they are. And so yeah, so what they're trying to do is from the glass that was broken, they want to see if he has any cuts on his legs, which nope, he doesn't. Just has good looking legs, I guess.
No, he goes through all the evidence first. He goes through the whole.
Yeah, he goes
breakdown
through
of
all
everything.
the bypass evidence and all that stuff, and the fact that he is
Cousin Sissy.
cousin
Yeah.
Sissy, yeah,
That's
he is
right.
cousin Sissy, because he used to do ballet. Yeah, I know some people that used to do
And
ballet.
the Andes actually like make a joke about how like picking on him or something like that. And he said
Yep.
something about, well, yeah, so that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and of course, no evidence, which again alienates Angel from the rest of the squad, who are already really, really, really fed up with this bullshit about murder. So he decides to go through the he's allowed by Skinner to go through the police footage, and of course he doesn't find anything because Skinner has the alibi. He was in a shop the entire time, and this is
And
the
I
other
feel
scene
like
that we were
it was
talking about.
planned for him to like have the perfect like alibi and the perfect setup for it. So because he knew Skinner, or he knew the Angel was going to come at him or come looking to him to be the one that committed the crime.
Yeah, maybe he was kind of set up as the scapegoat from the beginning by the well, I mean, maybe they designated him to be like, you're not really gonna be the fall guy, but everything.
Yeah,
should
it's
point
like
towards
Skinner is
you.
the designated. You need to act suspicious so that he focuses on you while we actually commit all of these.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he keeps like almost catching him, but then like, oh no, didn't technically
Yeah.
do anything wrong because I was right here at this point in time. And so it's
You'll
like set
always
up
have an
for him to
alibi.
come after him. For me,
Yep.
I don't know.
No, I agree with that. I think that's how it is. And this is the other scene that Brooks was talking about with the two you catch them killers, like just the one. It's like that's where he kind of gets that.
And you
maybe
see,
he's
like,
It's
the
set up
such
light
a
there.
quick
bulb.
scene, yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a quick scene. It's funny to see like them doubling up on the joke, but it also works. Like there's a purpose. They don't just do things just everything with this movie has a purpose.
Yep.
And it's like she
Um,
accidentally let it slip,
Yeah, basically. And at this point, it's like, yeah, he's completely depressed. He's just kind
Given
of
up.
because Yeah, he's given up because he went back to the Frank Butterman, and Frank was telling him just, hey, maybe it's because you're coming in from the city. This happened exactly the same way to what's his name, Sergeant
He tells him about Popwell pretty early about how like
Exactly.
he didn't cope. He thought things were like the big city and it drove him nuts. You're just like him, but you don't have a big old beard. He made
you
a
don't
joke
have a
out of
big
it.
beard.
Great
But then
big beard.
after he tells him the story about his wife and like how she basically drove herself nuts doing just what he was doing. Like it's like there's a real connection between Angel and his wife, just working, just the obsession with work and what it can do to a person, you know.
Yeah.
So she's not even a character, but she's an important character.
Except that Butterman is also obsessed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Butterman is
And he's living. Yeah, he's living on that. He's continuing that legacy now. The
Yeah,
obsession.
because she died for it. He wants to continue to make it a thing. It's weird.
And then, of course, he's on his way back to the Swan Hotel, and he has a surprise guest.
Hey, Biggin. Playtime's over.
Can't have an action scene without some good one-liners.
That's right.
I love how that one-liner is also a setup for his lack of one-liner later.
Yeah, but then he's like, no, I did say that one cool one-liner that one time back.
Yeah,
in.
but you missed it.
Yeah, you missed it.
Yeah.
I just love the sense to incorporate all the items that we're familiar with: the monkey, the plant. Like it could have been anything you hit him with, but they're so aware of
all
what
I
the
could see.
options
I didn't
they have.
realize at the time that it was the Hound. Now that's all I could see.
It's the
Yeah, it's hard to unsee it once you see it, you know?
Yeah, now it's because the lack of hair and the fact that the Hound has like all the scar makeup on makes it look a little different.
Yeah,
So it's
he's
like,
not
here
saying the
it's-
C word. Like there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine what's it called? If you see the Game of Thrones, they're looking for people to audition. They see his name pop up. They're like, "What has he done?" Yarp.
I need to
Yarp.
find
It says
someone
Yarp.
who's like really good at doing like deep fakes and stuff like that, and like take his sequences from this and put them in Game of Thrones now.
I'm sure someone's probably done it. Or
You
something.
could just do like the safe for TV version of Game of Thrones and replace his favorite word with yarp instead.
Yarp.
You
Yarp.
yarp.
Yeah.
And of course, so we finally do get confirmation that Skinner is the one that orchestrated the attack with him speaking to. Well, his name is Michael Ironside, right? In the that's what they called him, right?
His name
dude
was
that
Michael. I don't remember his last name.
wasn't it Ironside.
No, Michael Ironside is
Michael
No,
Ironside's
I
the
know
Total
Michael
Recall.
Ironside is the actor, but I mean, in the movie, I think that's his name, right?
I thought his
think it's
character
called
name
Michael.
was Michael, but I don't
No.
know his last name.
I'm on it.
Dark Hour. Look it up, man.
I'm on it.
His sister and his mom are the same person.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so Ed also pops in, and Ed does give us the most important thing a police officer should have: the notebook.
Michael Armstrong.
Armstrong. There it is. Armstrong.
That matches because again, he's the
'Cause he's
strongest
strong.
guy
He's the
in
muscle,
He's
yeah.
strong arms, everybody.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Mhm. Yeah. And then so Ed puts the notebook in his pocket, which of course is relevant just in a few scenes. And we finally stumble upon the greater good. Damn.
Not gonna lie,
They
this is
all-
like one of my like kind of like low key fears, of like just kind of being somewhere and then all of a sudden realizing that like a cultist meeting like this, like it's, I don't know.
All the flashlight.
So who's the
Yeah.
sacrifice? Oh, it's
Yeah.
me. Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
like it's-
Okay.
I always knew it would go. This is how it would go down.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd outrun all of these dudes, man. I would, dude. I can run quick. I'm telling you, I'd run.
like,
I'd never
nope.
look back. Dude, like Shaggy and Scooby Doo, I'm gone. All you'll see is like the air. Poof. And yeah, so it's all the people that were part of the NWA, basically. So
That's the Neighborhood Watch Association.
yes, just to clarify, the Neighborhood Watch
clarify.
Association.
They are this particular group not dropping an album anytime soon.
God, I
he
hope
stumbles
not.
up.
They would suck.
He stumbles up to them when they're like, doing some weird
The
chanting.
greater
And then it
good.
just, it's just not even, and then it cuts to them just doing the same speech that they're doing in the room. Like Janet Barber has twins or something. And then she's basically saying what she named the twins. And like, they're just doing this weird casual conversation that they were having in the same room, but they're doing it in cloaks. So it's such a weird scene to process on first watch.
Thanks, Joyce.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, one thing that would have given away the fact that Frank Butterman is part of this is because at the beginning, I think when they were talking about the kids in the pub and why they were allowed in the pub, he was one to say for the greater good. So that was basically your clue.
Yeah.
And you could miss it because he only says it once, but there it is, and he is their leader. And of course, we said it for the reasons because his wife and all that. Of course, 1993, yes, when that first plaque was there. And of course, Ed pops up. And what did you guys think when you were first watching the movie, like first time ever, and Ed popped up? Did you guys really, really think that Ed was going to betray them? Or was going to betray Angel?
The very first time I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, oh shit, he's in on it. Oh,
Mhm.
how did I not realize that? He just seemed like too dumb to realize it was going on. So I kept questioning myself, and I'm like, am I really that stupid to not notice this? So, yeah.
Man. Yeah, he murdered Bill Shakespeare.
I mean,
yes.
to be fair, some of their reasons for killing these people are absolutely legitimate, and I back
yes.
them 100%. Yeah.
Well,
I
murdering
don't
Bill
know.
Shakespeare, I don't know if that's like constitutes being like, actually killed or murdered.
I
but
don't
It's
know.
not.
What
I mean that woman's laugh. Yes,
Yeah, what about the
she
shooting?
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody needs to do something about
That's what I was
that.
saying. Just going around the table and like they're so like.
I'm
just
not
how
sure what
mundane
this,
the motivations are. It's just crazy. So it's just,
I'm not
just a
sure
funny
what
twist.
this chat message is in regards to. I just really like this name, Rhino the hamster. And I don't know what this conversation is that you're referring to, but I just wanted to highlight your name because I think it's awesome.
And so yeah, and of course, what was I saying? Yeah, so at this point, he decides to run, and of course, as I said before, jumping into Sergeant Popwell's grave. There it is. That's the gypsies, of course, that were there with the dog. Sadly, dog is dead. Then there's the rest of the kids.
They bury the entire caravan down there as well.
Yeah.
Yes. Everything. It's a huge catacomb. And there he is.
My favorite part about the
Bushy
human
beard.
statue is that he's in the same position
Yes.
that he was in before.
And
He
he's not
died
even rotting or
surprised.
anything. He's just there. He's
Well,
probably
and
just
again,
miming.
this is a great payoff for Fetterman before saying every time that something comes up, I'll take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he did, and now you're
He
saying
really
how he
did.
took care of so many of these problems.
Yeah, and I think the
A great
first
big
ever
bushy
time that
beard.
he says that, the soundtrack, you hear the soundtrack, they put on a song, and the first thing the song says is, "Oh no."
That is an interesting screen grab, by the way. Just
Oh my! I guess we know how he got Danny to get back on his side.
know what's
But yeah,
up.
I love the fact that I know it's I don't you don't have to play the video again, but the fact that the human statue is so committed to the role of being the human statue that he didn't move his hands at all to try and protect himself. He stayed in the same position. His
Yeah,
eyes
yeah.
have adjusted to the situation, but that's about
Dude,
it.
they probably didn't even kill him. They probably just carried him and dropped him there. That was it.
Actually, yeah, there's a possibility that he's actually just still alive in character there, just sitting there. Like,
He thinks the bodies
that
are his
committed.
audience. Yeah.
that would actually have been, honestly, I wish they would have just done that now. Like in hindsight, I think that would have improved the thing. He's looking at all the dead bodies. He comes across the living statue, and then it like blinks.
His
He realizes he's
eyeball
alive
moves.
still.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like
He asked him for Aqua, like No Country for Old Men.
agua, agua.
Agua. I ain't got no agua.
I ain't got no agua.
And so yeah, so of
Gold
course the
paint. I
notebook
ain't got no gold paint.
and the book. That's what he used to stab him, and of course with the ketchup packs, and that's how he got saved. And this is
Even
I
that
guess,
was a setup.
Yep, even that was a setup, and this is the proper low point, as Platoon was saying before. And yeah, it's either you leave and you go. Does he say Judge Judy in this, or was I dreaming?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, he says,
He's not Judge Judy.
My dad's not Judge Judy and executioner.
Which I find
just said that.
like actually Platoon. How well known is Judge Judy in England? Like, I know she's like, because she's an American.
I was
judge,
curious
like,
on that too.
I know the name. I don't know anyone who's ever watched it, but it must be well enough known to have made a reference in this.
I think that may have been making that reference specifically for the American audience. They do
Maybe,
that.
but no, I mean, Judge Judy it's a no, but we definitely know of Judge Judy. I just don't know how well she might have been like broadcast on ITV back in the 90s or something. I don't know.
She would have been pretty famous at this point in time. So
Yeah, she was. I think her show
Early
went up until about
2000s.
like mid 2000s, and then now it's just like reruns.
Yep. Yeah, they still show reruns. Even over here, man, they still show reruns. I watch them like Sunday afternoons. You know, Judge Judy is just entertaining. And so he decides to leave, and he goes to the gas station to get some gas and just refill the tank as he's leaving. And I do love the shots that they have of him driving. I just think that even just the conversation with Ed with Danny right after he opens the trunk with the red lighting, and when he pulls away in the car, you just see his like him go into the darkness. It's a really, really great cinematography on this. It just shows you how much Edgar Wright can blend genres, which is just fascinating thing to do, and to keep the tone just very consistent. That's something that we've complimented him before on Shaun of the Dead, and yeah, he just does it again here. And of course, he gets some motivation because we need some action DVDs, ladies and gentlemen. And there's Bad Boys 2 and Point Break.
Well, I would just like to point out that Judge Judy was on television, like legit, still making new episodes up to 2021. That is surprising. I thought she ended in like 2010.
Yeah, I thought she retired in 2020, but hey, yeah, she's been going on for a while, which is weird to me, but you know.
Yeah, Judge Judy Chinelands. yeah.
There's a great selection of films, by the way.
What do we got? Let me make
Walking
it
Tall
full
with the
screen.
Rock up there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you got Walking Tall.
Tall. Wasn't that like 2006 or something?
Yeah, you got The Enforcer. You got Sudden Death with Van Damme. Get that stupid Seagal movie out of here. Get that shit out. we got Death Warrant. Death Warrant below. So there's actually a running gag with you can always tell how bad a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie is going to be depending on his arm position in the on the DVD cover or like the film poster. Like if it's like up like this, the odds are that it's going to be a bad movie, and if it's down it's like.
No, I've never been a big Van Damme fan at all.
Me neither, man.
There's a few of his movies I like.
He's okay.
He needed to select his movies better. That's what he needed to do, and he needed to act better as well. But I mean, we're back to Sanford.
He had to be less Belgian. That's what he had to be.
Yeah, I think Arnold just had managed his career just so much better. And
that's what it was he was kind of just grabbing the scraps. It was like at the time you had Stallone, Schwarzenegger, those guys were taking up all the big action roles. And like the next year down was like grabbing what they could.
You know, he was supposed to be the Predator, Van Damme. Like he was a different version of
yes.
He looked like shit. It looked like shit, man. Oh my god. I'm so glad they went with the dreadlock fucking design.
Yeah, you would like the dreadlock version.
Yes, I would. Oh, you caught that. This guy.
And I mean, so Simon Pegg he gets some not reinforcements. Dude, my brain is blanking out right now. He gets some supplies.
Equipment,
there we go.
supplies.
Yes, equipment, supplies. Yeah,
provisions.
Yes, provisions. Thank you. And so he goes back to Sanford, and let's just see how it goes.
Another beautiful day in God's country. It's
and I mean,
who hasn't wanted to handspring over a barbed wire fence and kick an old lady in the face once in their life?
Oh my God.
I mean, it looks like it'd be fun. But yeah, that's the callback to every farmer and his mother having guns.
Yep.
And I love it.
It's so good, man.
So good.
The way they frame it too, like the whole like aggressive sprint towards the fence, like there's so many things that just make that fucking kick work.
He's got to beat the shotgun blast, man. So you gotta run. And if you do pay attention throughout the entire final action scene, he only attacks when other people are reloading. So it just shows again, his skill. A really, really good detail.
This whole, like, as soon as he shows back up in the town, this is like the Michael Corleone, we're settling all family business. but it's settling all of those setups for the payoffs now, right? It just
all
rolls through payoffs.
all the characters we've been through throughout the whole town.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean nowadays, now for like the rest of the stream, I don't really have that many slides. It's a lot of clips, man. So yeah, we can enjoy and watch the movie basically. But I guess next we have the suit up scene that can probably rival any suit up scene. And I think Dark Hour, you back me up on this. Isn't this taken from Commando specifically?
I
right?
believe so. I believe that they basically tried to recreate it shot for shot with Commando, if I recall.
All right, well, let's check it out.
And here's the payoff scene.
There they are.
Yeah, there they are.
No,
And
It's clear once you see them both. It's like, oh my god, I see. What
My
you mean.
favorite thing about this whole sequence, I mean, obviously the gun porn portion is great, but the fact he walks right past what's his face? The sergeants.
The whole crew, like everyone's just so busy.
No, but like the one that he's trying to avoid most. I can't remember his name all of a sudden. What the hell? Danny's father. He walks right.
Oh, Butterman.
Yeah, Butterman.
Yeah. He walks right past his office, like doesn't even try to hide. Just it's like the rest of them are not in on it for the most part. So like they wouldn't have any suspicion.
Yeah, they just don't care.
They don't give a shit. Yeah,
they don't care. It's like, yeah, he can be gone, he can be there. It's like, yeah, fuck it. As long as he's not annoying us, that's it. I mean, man, the suit up scene is fantastic. It's great. It's a good way to have a homage to something and just have its own punch. I mean, that's basically how I walk around in Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm not even gonna lie, man.
It's one of the
Speaking
few
of punches, somebody
that,
brought up the Captain Marvel old lady.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that too. It's one of the few tropes that never gets old. Everybody likes a good gear up scene. And the Captain Marvel thing, I just remember being like, man, this is what's like this just doesn't why would you do this? Like she's already a terrible character, but like she's willing to punch an old lady in the face or something. It's just such a strange way they approach it, because I'm not even sure she knew it was a scroll at that point. But you compare that to this, where it just all the elements work, where like nobody's thinking like, oh, that's terrible, like violence against old people. No, it's a fucking joke. It's hilarious. Like look at the way it's framed and like she's shooting a shotgun and everything. Like they put in the work to make jokes like this work.
Oh yeah, and here also in this scene you get even more of London is calling, and yeah, I'll call them back. It's like I'm busy now. So again, they're probably on the way at this time, because they've been calling him for I think a couple of days at this point, and he still hasn't answered any of their calls. And yeah, that's basically just Red Dead Redemption in modern times. How you're running around with all your ammo. And it gets all the school children to cover up the what's it called, the security cameras. Yep.
Which doesn't really play into it very much. It's weird. You like
it
doesn't.
Yeah, it probably is part of the reason he was able to enter the town without getting intercepted.
I was gonna say, yeah, because it kind of blacks out that the old guy's vision whenever he's in that room at the police office or whatever. So he can't like warn other people.
Yeah,
so they have to go by vision of their own or by their whatever they see themselves. So I thought that was pretty interesting, which is as to what Jedi was saying.
Infiltration opportunity for sure. Like I think it plays off.
But they just didn't focus on it heavily.
Yeah.
But
One thing that I had visually, the way that this is set up, especially when he's coming down and he's got the shotguns on both sides, is that supposed to be like a reference to the Lord of the Hunt or something?
On the angel wings.
Is it the angel wings?
Angel wings.
So is the avenging angel come back? Yeah, and because he's angel.
On the white horse, angel wings. Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Even the twins, I can't remember the name, but he even says, "Oh, I didn't know we had like a cavalry unit,
a mounted division."
Yeah, mounted. Yeah, and like, nobody tells me nothing. So we both, So we get the payoff to that joke, but we also get like a little setup here of like whatever the hell's going on. But
and you got the horse from the farmer, because you can see it in the background. The first time you see the farmer, it's like, everything is there. Things don't just appear out of thin air like most days, like movies today, man. It's just No, wait, I think I have a. Do I have a clip? Yes, I do. And I don't know how loud this one is gonna be, because my ears were blocked the entire time I was making these. So I don't think it'll be loud. StreamYard will probably balance it out.
Morning.
The amount of times they needlessly reload in this movie, by the way,
to have such a
they
good
cock-
action scene in something like this
Yeah.
always fascinates me.
I love the environmental kills.
As it's one of the most random like fight scenes ever, and the shot of the lady getting pulled through the window. I think that's like a Dawn of the Dead reference or something like that.
I think so, maybe.
I just love how everybody's packing in a small town, and it's exactly what the Andes said at first. And it's like, no way, nobody has any guns. And then it's like, oh shit, everybody has a gun. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, nice to set up.
Modern day Britain, I guess, according to Platoon.
I mean,
This
this
is the lady on the stroller with
this
the
is
dual
every
wielding.
town, and this is every town in America right here.
Yeah, your average little
Well,
town in
not
America.
in California or New York, though.
A slightly different demographic makeup than you'd expect in modern day England, but otherwise it's true. My favorite death is probably the favorite injury, even as the priest. I think and he gets shot and says, "Jesus Christ!"
Yes, I love that.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, Gord King's right, and it's something I noticed upon this rewatch is how many times they cock
Cock the
shotguns
gun.
for no reason.
Yep.
Like they would have just been
Mhm.
expelling perfectly good shells for no reason.
Yeah, cock it, boom, there it is. And of course, there's the fascist lady. She's there.
The
And, I mean,
hag.
yeah, the hag. The way that she just the huge amount of blood that splatters from her head. It's just it doesn't make any sense to me. Look at this.
The pot
Cat
killed
of the
my
maid.
flower pot.
And then everyone is just it's an absolute firefight. And I mean, for a small budget and a nice town square, I am amazed by how well they managed to make this come out. Even though the editing, I still do think it can be a bit choppy, even though it does serve a purpose. Yeah, everyone in a
It is
small town
mostly
is-
on location, so that they didn't actually have to do a huge amount of set construction work. There's only a few sequences in the film which are not actually filmed in Wells Center. I think all this is taking place in Wells. There's a few like what the fuck is the rest? God words. Supermarket, Summerfield. That's somewhere else. That's in London, and there's the interior of, I think, one of the pubs is also in London. But most of these outdoor action sequences are just outdoors in the place as it actually looks.
I like to think of this as like Platoon dusted off his old like journalism credentials and like went in the town like, look, I have some questions to ask about Hot Fuzz. Can you give whatever information I want, please?
I mean, this also.
No, it was just pure luck. I happened to be on holiday somewhere near Glastonbury at the time, and we found out that Wells is really near, and that's where Hot Fuzz was based. So of course we had to go. And we couldn't not go and visit Sanford.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's part of the British pop culture now. Hot Fuzz is so universal. I think a lot of people would be introduced to this small, villages like this because of Hot Fuzz. A lot of them would have just been like, "Yep, that's it." I mean, I know this is how I was introduced to them.
I would assume that town gets a lot more like tourism from people who like the movie now. I know, like, so I used to live not too far from the little mini mart that Clerks was filmed in, and the original Clerks, and that place would just get ran. Yeah,
Quick Stop.
Yeah, and it would just be like random people would just go there just to be like, "Oh, Clerks was filmed here." You could tell because I did it, and the cashier was quite upset when I was like, "Okay, I guess I'll buy a drink or something." That was back long before Kevin Smith was like a joke. So,
Oh, well, now it's kind of like everyone going and visiting the last Blockbuster Video. I don't know if they actually demolished that one or if it's still there.
Isn't it like in
People just
Alaska
go-
or
there's
some
still one.
weird place?
Yeah, no, it's just one. No, it's not. It's not
Oregon
like very
or
very
something.
far.
It's in Oregon, I believe.
I used
Yeah,
to
there we
walk
go.
around Blockbuster for fucking hours, man. That was my Friday nights. I missed that Blockbuster so much.
Just Jedi Brooks was just like, I could watch this movie or I could watch that movie. It
No,
was
legit,
basically like it was like a modern, it was like an old school version of like going on Netflix and not being able to decide what you want to watch.
You know that scene in Matilda where she goes to the library and she goes through all the books and this and that?
Mm-hmm.
That was me with Blockbuster. I'd go and it would take me hours because I would just look through every fucking one. I'd come home with a game and 2 movies every single week. And like those yeah, it's a different experience now with everything on Steam and everything is so easily accessible.
Well, you
had to go and like find those movies.
There was always either the cashier or like somebody in the aisle where you'd be like, "Hey, what do you have you seen this? What do you think?" You really don't do that with Netflix and stuff. You just try it.
The interaction is like completely different. Like flicking around on Netflix. That used to be browsing around on Blockbuster and like bumping.
Or dropping off, or like when you dropped off the like used DVD or whatever, and like the cashier would be like, "Well, what'd you think of it?" Like that way.
There's
possibly recommend it.
Yeah.
Now you just get a star rating at the end of your stream.
Now we have Rotten Tomatoes like fuckery, or we don't know what the hell it means. Yeah, man.
Good times. I mean, this is just to show to mirror what we saw at the beginning with the fencing, and then after him taking down, I think with martial arts, there is the same takedown, same position that we saw him in before. And
if you'd like to know, it was the takedown he does, at least in the beginning, is called an ogoshi. Just so you know.
An ogoshi.
Ogoshi.
We have a frame, so I couldn't even see it. I'm assuming it's a judo takedown.
Yeah, it is. It was earlier in one of the clips we had, but
yeah, and then of course the priest, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ.
I may not be a man of God, Reverend, but I know right, and I know wrong.
Oh, fuck off, grasshopper. Jesus Christ!
That scene gets me every freaking time.
It's such a good delivery, man. Just perfect. Fuck off, grasshopper.
Fuck off, grasshopper.
The most impressive thing is
dual wielding too.
Yeah. Well, they were derringers, so like they're tiny little,
but still, it's cool as fuck, man. Coming
That's
out
how
from your
skilled he was.
sleeve.
Like he's done that like 1,000 times. Like that's just his go-to.
The fact that I mean, obviously you find out a little later, but the fact that nobody gets killed in this sequence is the most impressive
no
part.
one dies, man. No one.
Like they
Literally
make sure that the
nobody dies.
shots are all in places that people could survive.
I think that's actually like really good because it's not something you really notice on first watch that like knowing these don't actually result in deaths. But like I don't need to see these people get their head blown off. You know what I mean? I want to see Angel get his revenge, but this scene doesn't need violence. Like it really doesn't need it.
He books them all at the end. Like that's all people
like
were
we're all here for victory, not violence. That's the way I'm like kind of viewing this scene, and like it would maybe add a tone to it that's not necessary. Seeing the hag like fucking her head split open and some shit. Yeah, we don't need that.
And I mean, the doctor also, he has one of the coldest lines in the movie. He's like, "Yeah, I brought you into this world. I can take you out." It's like, damn. All right, I like it. And, of course, they shoot off his toe.
The retort is great, though. You're a doctor. Deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That is a great screenshot, by the way.
And
yeah,
the
with the toe
second time in the movie that Danny shoots this dude.
Yes,
yeah, we need Mr. Brown to be. Look at that.
Yeah, we've got the blood, the toe, and then of course, he has to suck it up, Buttercup.
You're a doctor. Deal with it.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Hub?
There it is. Everything.
Yeah.
Did.
Bad Boys 2, baby.
And now they're on the wrong side of the bar.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I mean, you'd get obliterated in real life if you were just behind this thing while they were shooting at you with shotguns.
I mean, that applies to a lot of things. A lot of people, like in movies, will hide behind like a car door, but there's like really nothing inside of a car door. It's like very thin, like sheet metal that with bullets would just go through.
That was one of my beefs with Rebel Moon. One of the stupidest scenes is she hides behind a wooden table against fucking fire, against people who are shooting at her. Like that shouldn't even work. But then she leaves the table and just runs right into them. Like, are you fucking?
That was one of your biggest beefs with Rebel Moon.
Yeah, that in terms of the logistics of the scene I was breaking down. Yeah, like you're literally
there was way more shit wrong with that.
I didn't say it was the biggest. I said that's one of the biggest things that was my problem in that scene. Like you're gonna hide behind a table, which is stupid. At least stay behind the fucking table. Don't run into the fire. Like it's just complete like plot armor ridiculousness. But no, that whole movie was a part of the reason I have the scene comparison format is because there's certain movies that I can't be bothered to talk about this whole fucking thing. This is all so stupid. So I can at least isolate a part that I care about. Because that movie is a joke, man.
Yeah, Smilex, the whole point of like Hot Fuzz at this point is to kind of satirize what you see in big budget American blockbusters where the hero survives every single shot. I think Honest Trailers made a joke about this. They were like, they survive. They avoid every single bullet from the 80s when they were talking about the Expendables. It's like, yeah, man, no one gets shot, nothing. Well, except for once, but still, you still survive, you know. Except for
basically, like every bullet in a movie, every bullet in a movie is a hollow point that just expands when it hits anything, essentially.
Yeah, but there's scenes that can get away with it like this for like reasons we already established, and then there's other movies that have the detail of like emphasizing that the gun fell off the roof or that or like now it's hand to hand, like just getting that separation. And then there's other ones that just don't give a fuck. It's like there's levels to it. So yeah,
yeah, he had a itchy trigger finger basically. And at this point, you've got the entire force that comes down with what's his name, Frank Butterman, and they're here to stop these two because, of course, they're basically just supposedly killing the entire village. And there he is, the fan of westerns, dual wielding, standing there like a
it's two single action armies.
Yep. Then, of course, he runs away, so they head to the Summerfield, yeah. They had to Skinner's supermarket,
the grocery store.
Yes, the supermarché that slashes all the prices. And then, of course, this is where we see what did you say his name was? Tony Fisher, right? Taking the reins and of course showing that he actually learned something throughout the movie and being a tactician. And it's like, Sergeant Angel just agrees and says no problem.
Oh yeah,
what he said.
Strategy man. Yeah, it's a good payoff. Real good payoff.
Yeah.
Then you've got the Andys and Danny fighting. It's just
Andy!
just
bolognese. It's the face he made. Yeah, I'm telling you, these guys together is perfect. Like
it's just bolognese.
Could have had a spin-off. The Andys could have had their own spin-off. I really think they were that good together.
Oh yeah,
I love when he goes, "Don't go being a twat now."
Yep. And these are the people that they're fighting.
I love my favorite thing about this is the ridiculous bulletproof
butcher
case deli counter.
I love the throwing knives, man.
And they just have endless
variety
knives.
of weapons in this scene is what makes it so hilarious.
Endless knives and fucking bulletproof, I guess cheese protector. That's what I'll call it. And in the meanwhile, he's fighting Yarkman.
Michael.
That's a terrible joke, by the way. It's a horrible joke.
You can tell those teeth are fake now that it's like super.
So where his elbow is would not be doing what he needs it to do. I could go on for about 20 minutes about why this choke would not work, but I'm just
it's a stunt. It's a stunt.
It's also not touching his chin, which is probably something that's like a pet peeve if you care about it. You know,
he's the elbow needs to be in line with the chin. You have to, it's just the grip is off. It's terrible.
You know, if anyone who thinks he's being nitpicky, not really. Like I chokes in movies suck because I can't help but watch. I'm like, there's no pressure being applied or anything.
So right here, so your elbow needs to be in line with the middle of the neck. To finish the choke, it needs to be inside your arm. You have to do a salute and down, basically like that, and that's the choke. Or a gable grip choke, which is like this. What he's doing is neither of those things.
That's a piggyback, basically.
He's just surviving.
A special stream section called Dark Hour on how to choke bitches.
Oh, he gonna get canceled.
I eventually want to do like a mini little series on like taking scenes like this and like fixing them.
Fixing them. when you know grappling and you know how important every step is, like the mechanics of it, it just becomes a pet peeve in fucking movies. Same thing with welding, probably same thing with you with journalism, Platoon. It just stands out, you know. And I know what you mean. This is a piggyback. This is not a rear naked show.
Man, I would have gone
It's a movie, so
full
fuck
Mike Tyson.
It would hurt. It would
just
hurt his
hit
trachea,
zero.
and that's about it. It would be
Yeah,
irritating.
he's gonna have a really rough voice after this, and that's about.
But all he says is yarp anyway. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll just be yarp.
But I just to touch real quick. I just feel like some directors. I wish they'd be willing to have people who would be willing to take the blow just to get the scene be a little bit more realistic. Because I remember Peter Jackson saying that Eowyn, he had Eowyn really hitting people because he wanted it to be believable.
I can only hope that somebody I know is getting into movie production one day and might ask me to help clean up movie fight scenes. I don't know anybody like that though. Possibly. Just saying.
You just put it out there, man.
Throwing it out there for someone who I might know.
And yeah, man, he needs to cool off, but nobody gave him a cool line. So sad.
It's Summerfield, by the way. It says right on the badge.
Oh shit, yeah, Summerfield.
Oh, here we go.
Summerfield, yep. Finally.
Summerfield.
And then of course, you know, it's a shame he didn't give us the pun. But yeah, this is where he tells him that he did it before. It's like, yes, I did. And then of course, this is how they get through
the most
fucking
ingenious way to get
bulletproof.
through it ever. They build a battering ram out of
Shopping carts. It's great.
I have to highlight this one more time. Even with all the gear on, the glasses, the riot gear, their fucking expressions just shine through in all the scenes. Like Simon Pegg and Ed as well, but the Andy's like
they're enjoying it too much.
They're having so much fun. I think the fact that all of them are having so much fun shine through in the movie. It really does, man.
and then of course we've got some female empowerment, ladies and gentlemen, and female empowerment done right back in 2007. I mean, was that possible? Can you imagine? Oh my god,
Jennifer Lawrence is in this movie.
Do we have the scene? Do you have the scene, Tar?
Do I have the scene? Of course.
Nice one, Doris.
Nothing like a bit of girl on girl.
And on that note, I would just like to point out that unfortunately we have to lose our estrogen on the panel now.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What timing, eh? Right? She gets
I was
smacked.
so hoping that it was there. Like you have no idea. Like, please let it be there.
Oh,
But yes,
nice to meet you.
Rennie does have to leave us for now, but she will
I'm
be
sorry.
back. She's one of our regulars, so.
Yeah, well, you'll be back for the World's End, won't you?
Yeah,
I
if
think
you guys
I
want
think
me,
she's
I'll be here.
scheduled for something else before that, for sure.
Well, I mean, eventually when we bring back everyone for the sequel, finish the
Yeah.
trilogy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sounds
thanks for
good.
coming on, Rennie.
Yeah, thank you,
was gonna say-
Tur and Dark Hour for having me. It was very, very nice. I know I give you guys a lot of crap about Shaun of the Dead, but I do appreciate you remembering me and bringing me onto this one. Thank you. It was nice to meet you, Jedi Brooks.
Nice to meet you
Good to
too.
see you again, Emperor and Little Platoon. It's always a pleasure.
Likewise.
Are you going to be on Brownie stream tomorrow?
I will. So tomorrow I will be on Mr. Brown Alliance, and then I'm taking 2 weekends off because my husband's son is coming up from Australia. So we'll be spending some time with him, and YouTube is definitely not more important.
That's our stepson for everybody who's wondering out there.
Oh Lord!
Thanks for the breakdown. What was your favorite setup and payoff before?
So that's tough for me. There are so many. I like. I'm gonna say I think the Point Break one is my favorite. Whenever at the end, Danny shoots up into the air and stuff, because I was like, oh, he's gonna do it. It's gonna come down to his dad, like making him feel that emotion, and he's gonna wind up doing this scene. And so when it happened, it totally paid off. So that would probably be mine.
Yeah, it's so well done.
Nice.
It's a good pick.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on, Rennie. It's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
thank you.
And of course, you're always welcome back. So just
Well,
let
thank
us know
you.
whenever you have.
I just got a notification that this video has been age restricted. Luckily, it's going to be posted elsewhere.
Well, hopefully you feel better, Tur. And thanks again, you guys.
Thank
Have a
you.
great rest of your day, and we'll chat with you later.
All right,
Enjoy
see you,
family
Rennie.
time.
Take care.
Bye.
I'm wondering what scene we just got this thing age restricted. Or
Oh,
what's
it's probably
said.
the fucking 2 decapitated heads just lying down.
Possibly. It's fine. Who cares? It's just. It's gonna be reposted on the other channel anyway.
Dude, since it's live streams, that's why I don't censor them. I'm just like, yeah, fuck it.
Nah, it's fine.
We're here to watch the movie in its integrity.
As long as it didn't tell me we've shut down the stream, like I don't care. Like,
nah, it's cool.
That could be a podcast in itself, like copyright fuckery, the YouTube bots being completely retarded, all the different bullshit, all the different types of, all the wide variety of bullshit that we go through.
If that ever happened, my first guest is Platoon.
No, I was gonna say, but Platoon, this is the second time we've like had a podcast together, but the first time I actually ever spoke to you was regarding like, because you were one of the only other people I see on Twitter fighting these YouTube bots. Like, can we speak to a human, please? Like, I'm working my ass off.
Platoon
here.
was like,
Why are
look,
you
I
showing
am
me
an
one
AI.
affordable
I don't want to talk to an AI. I want to talk to a human.
No, but I just I find that funny. That's the first interaction we had of just like, it's one of the things you can completely, before even meeting someone, you can relate on that, because I know you've spent hours dealing with that fuckery, and you get told one problem, and it's insane. Like all the different theories and different strategies that people have to do with their editing now to get through copyright. But nobody knows.
Two things I'd like to say about that. First of all, I wish they would just tell you when you upload a video all the things you need to remove.
Yes, that's step
Instead of
one. It should be that's the bare minimum. But it shouldn't even have to. We shouldn't have to do all the work we do if fair use is actually fair use.
Yeah.
But
and then
the
number
fact that
two,
they can't even tell us the problem so we can accommodate their system. That just is disgusting to me. Like, as some of all the rewriters have done.
Number two, little story. So I had asked Platoon, because he has dealt with this stuff. So I was like, do you have a template for how this works? Because my Iron Claw video got claimed like 5 days after I released it, and Platoon got back to me a couple days later, and literally within 2 minutes of him sending me the template, it got released, and I was like, "Damn, you're good! Holy shit!"
Well, Platoon, I was saying I had to talk to you eventually if you're the man to talk about that, because my Rings of Power videos, all 3 of those are demonetized, and I might be able to do this full time if that wasn't the case. So I'm like right there, but getting fucked up. With copyright.
Yeah,
it's frustrating if you really look at But it's
the Echo video at the moment is going through the exact same thing. It's just one mistake. Like, I forget. At this point, I just escalate to appeal and wait the week and leave it. But it's annoying not knowing exactly what you need to do to get past them.
I've basically never had the courage to go through that process of the claiming. So I've just like mastered the art of editing until I beat the bots.
I honestly, I have never had a single appeal, and I filed one on pretty much every video for the last several videos at this point. They have never responded to a single one. It's always timed out. It's not actually there for enforcement. It's there to put you off. That's all it's really there for. They don't have the people to actually go through, unless they're Amazon. They don't have the people to actually sit there and respond to every complaint. And they just let it time out for 7 days, and then you're fined forever.
Well, I would love to chat to you about this one of these days, but I don't want to derail this.
Yes,
throughout their entire podcast. When we still have
like 20 slides to go.
Definitely a combo I'd love to have.
Yeah, we'll be here another 8 hours if we're bitching about YouTube and the copyright system.
I mean, well, to get back to the movie, at this point, you've got the Butterman and Skinner. They've completely left, and they're on the run while let me see where I am in my my clips. All right, I'm good. And of course, these guys are chasing them in the middle of the street. It's a nice action shot that I liked. And there they are, man. The judges just witnessing all of this beautiful carnage. Which, hey, why not? I wonder how many marks they got. Did they ever tell us how many marks they got? No.
That would have been a great post-credit scene. That would have been a great post-credit scene, like them actually like going through like
the score. That's fun. That's actually true. That could have been a scene they could have had room for.
There's probably on like the Blu-ray or something. They probably did it in like a deleted bonus scene or somewhere. 100%. Then of course there it is.
Oh, great
Great shot. Ever shot a gun from a car in high-speed pursuit?
Yep, high-speed pursuit. I always forget that British cars have a different location for the steering wheel, man.
Right-hand drive.
Yeah, it took me a second to process that as well, because I'm used to I'm used to it on the left. Yeah.
If I go to the UK, I'm completely fucked.
Yeah, it's like what? Like, yeah, it's not even. It'd be the roads that would throw me off more than the wheel, because the wheel, like the car is the car, right? You can drive it, but getting used to the fact that like traffic is coming from a different angle direction is just.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm telling you, if I go like on a Sunday morning and there's no cars, I'm probably crashing into someone like instantly. It's like Jesus. There it is. The Swan, ladies and gentlemen, he's back. And of course, because of the Swan, Butterman and Skinner, they basically derail and go into that weird miniature town that there is, while these guys pick up the Swan. And again, just placing him in the back seat is set up for later.
We are settling all family business. We are including the Swan that we've been chasing through this whole damn movie. We got a chance. We're picking it up.
Tying up all the loose ends.
Yeah.
And of course,
Here it comes.
This
is my favorite payoff in the entire movie. It's literally, it might be one of my favorite jokes ever in a movie because it's so casual. When Viserys, the Andes are making fun of him, saying, "Oh, should we go through the phone book? Give Aaron A. Arison a call?" I can't believe they actually had the talent to bring this back in like a clever way. Like Wayland, I didn't see it coming in the slightest bit. To me, this was them like just showing off. Like you're just showing off at this point how good you are at this setup and payoff thing.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Nicholas Angel, the way he reacts is like, "What's your name? Aaron A. Aronson."
Aaron A. Aronson, sir. It's such an organic interaction. But like, oh, geez, even this you're paying like all the attention to details and all the things that they didn't waste. It's just incredible. There's so much to learn from in this movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then they have their fight in the middle, acting like a Godzilla.
Two things. Great work on the frames. Like this is fantastic. And I can't believe you did all this when you're like you got like Ebola virus or whatever the fuck you have. This guy looked like he was gonna die. The first thing I said to myself when I came was like, man, this guy looks like shit. I saw you last week. What happened to you, bro? But I'm like, okay, good thing you said you were sick, because I'm like, oh, this is awkward. I'm like, what's going on, man?
Just I would like to point out, just based on the little conversation about where the steering wheel is, I have put up another poll. It is steering wheel on the right side or on the correct side.
Exactly.
All right, see you, Jacob.
Dude, I mean, they've already destroyed the main village. They might as well destroy the model village as well.
That's true. And of course, when they fight, when he knocks down Skinner, the first thing that the gun that Skinner like it drops out of Skinner's hand, and the first thing that it destroys is his supermarket, the miniature version. And just pretty cool detail.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, it's really
again,
cool.
They don't waste their opportunities.
It's a
I
blink
love
and
the
you're
kid's
missing
name,
moment.
by the way, which Gord King just pointed out, Aaron A. Aronson, and he's just
Oh,
like looks
yeah.
at him like, really? Like that's your name?
Yeah, I'll name my kid that just so
Perfect.
that
It's such a fucking brilliant joke. It's just the confidence that they had in the script. I can't imagine how many times they must have had to redraft it to be able to make things like that work. You know, it's a moment where you realize how much they're paying attention and how much they cared about this script compared to all the other shit where it just falls apart. Like
Well, to be fair, a lot of the other shit now doesn't even have a script. So
it's just nothing.
you know,
It's insane, you know.
And it's also like a testament to how good Edgar Wright is of a writer, because I think we were bordering on this one. We talked about Shaun of the Dead, of Simon Pegg's involvement in the script, where I think we kind of said that it was like a George Lucas situation, where it's not really like writing it per se. It's more of like giving the idea,
right?
And then someone
They're sitting
else
in the writer's room.
Yeah,
riffing, and then,
some of the best stories probably are like a combined effort, you know, like a unified vision that everybody understands. And when people know their roles and there's no ego, you can get amazing things done.
Yeah, because after you got some other stuff that that Pegg has written on his own, which isn't as competent as this, even though Edgar Wright, he still remains quite strong in his writing. I mean, what's his last movie? Last Night in Soho was his last movie, I guess.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, Last Night in Soho was fine, but I mean, before then, Baby Driver was pretty good. Yeah.
But that's what happens when you have that dynamic. All the roles are defined, and then you split off and try to do your own thing, and you try to do everything. Like that's what happened with George Lucas in the prequels. He just tried to do everything. He's just like his creative vision. He didn't have anyone like, you know, he's too many surrounded by yes men, and that's one of the worst things that can happen to a creative.
Exactly.
That's one of like if I show one of my friends my videos and they say it's good, it's like
no,
it's fucking worthless to me. It's like that's so like I'm glad, I'm great. You know, I wouldn't show it to you if I thought.
Yeah, but now tell me what was wrong with it.
Yeah,
What
tell
would
me
you
what
say
I
was
can
wrong?
use. Give me give me something. You know.
Yep. Yeah. And of course,
You gotta hire somebody. You gotta actually like hire somebody to tell you what sucks about it. That's basically
No, but
the problem.
some people are just natural for that. They're willing to be critical and honest, and like, and there's other people who have to like just they can be getting paid and they still won't do it. Look at Chris Duckman. Like you won't fucking say you won't have an opinion on anything. Man's got like one of the biggest subscriber counts for reviewers, but he will not review. He will not have an opinion. But
just say it. That's it. It's like that's it. And Dark Hour, man. I know you like the Matrix. This is this a better fight than Neo and
Agent Smith?
Agent Smith in the rain.
I'm not so sure it's a better fight. It might be more entertaining.
It's better. Let's just say it's better.
So much.
I
It's
don't-
so much better. It's completely
better.
better.
It's
From a technical standpoint, I don't know if it's better.
I like
but...
the drama of Neo running at him with all the Agent Smiths in the rain. I like the drama of that, and then as soon as they start clashing, I'm like, man, this is awkward and slow. And
Yes.
Well, yeah,
like,
I guess.
they just
Well, if you're talking about the
immediately
Revolutions
trash.
one, if
Yeah,
you're
which
talking
one are
about
you talking
the
about?
Revolutions
Yeah,
I just
the
thought you-
Revolutions
I-
one.
The
in
one with
rain,
rain,
right?
homie. The one with the rain.
Oh, yeah, I get. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not raining in the
100%
subway in the first one.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't. Here's the thing. I didn't really compare it. Like,
The first one is badass. I really actually like that first fight scene. That's when all the things that the components of the Matrix actually work. There's one good Matrix.
Yeah, there's one Matrix movie. There's one John Wick
Good job.
movie.
Yeah, it's funny how that played out.
Mhm. Yeah, Keanu Reeves, man, the destroyer of franchises.
No, okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
I just didn't hear you say Revolutions. Yeah, 100%. This is better than the Revolutions one.
No, I thought the rain would have.
No, he just said the,
No,
the
for me, it
fight
was
with
the
Agent
rain.
Smith in the rain.
Yeah,
Yeah, nobody said the word revolutions once. That's why it's funny. It's all good. It's all good.
the rain.
I was reading the chat like to see if there was anything to.
It's streamer brain. You can never be judged for a mistake of these guys. Come on now. I totally forgot a point earlier. I'm like, oh, let me make a point about tone.
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't even bother to bring that back up. I was like,
No,
it'll come back.
I did. I made sure I
You
said
did,
it
you
after,
did.
but I tagged in Platoon. I'm sure you got something to say. I just completely brain farted like my whole.
Trust me, it
Tag
doesn't
in,
get
quick.
better the older you get.
Oh, jeez.
And
Oh, man.
I guess we finally get to see Skinner's I won't even say his demise because that shit is horrible.
Damn.
Ah,
Did he slip on a Somerfield?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
a Summerfield truck.
Summerfield.
Yeah.
Summerfield truck.
Perfect.
Yep.
Also, I love the assumption that he's dead and that he's just like, "Ow, this
Ow.
really
It hurts.
hurts."
It hurts so badly.
That's another point I was
Ice
saying, where it's like
cream.
this scene didn't need gory violence, but we needed dramatic payoffs. But like, I would much rather have this, let's make a joke out of it as well, and have the villain defeated, than have just his head blown off or something. Like,
Well,
we
it's
didn't
also
need
fun
that.
because, like, in a normal action movie, if this happens, they would just act as if the guy is dead. You
Yeah.
know,
They wouldn't
really.
cut back to this.
Mhm.
No, he
They'd
would
never
probably
cut back
honestly
to
the
it.
one thing that's on like he realistically probably wouldn't die like immediately. Like he might
No.
bleed out.
They don't
But-
slow portrayals much, and like
Yeah.
the reality of wounds or like impact of
Yeah.
damage much. They won't show you anything. Like
The one thing I
kinda
will
weird.
say though is he would probably be in shock though. That's
this
like
go ahead. Sorry.
like I'm just saying like that amount of pain because like there's so many. It's such a nerve bundle underneath your
Well,
mandibular
mind,
nerve. This would be so painful. Your body
He'd
would
probably
go into
black out, and then
Yeah.
like this is rough. It's way
Well,
rougher
keep in
than
mind,
they're
like,
making it seem.
he's
but I
on
mean,
he's on like pure adrenaline right now. You know, he's
I don't
switching-
care. The
That's only gonna
mandibular
last
nerve
a
is
few
one of the most
seconds.
painful ones.
that'll only last a few seconds. Yeah.
Oh,
That's,
man.
and I was
What a-
I was AFK when you guys were talking about the gun knife thing earlier. Yeah, knives apparently do hurt more from people I've
Yeah.
actually heard him stab. It's
But like the comedic nature of
point
the
that
way
was made
he's
about the
saying the
nerve
pain
ends
he's
was on
in.
point.
He's like, it hurts so
Yes.
badly.
Ice cream.
And then like later on, and I know we'll get to it, but he still has it in his face when they're booking him at the police station.
Well, dude, you can't just remove it. Like, that's the worst thing to do.
Yeah, it's not like they can have the
Yeah.
doctor look at it.
Yeah, it's like you can.
That's true.
Never, like if someone stabs you or something, never take out the knife. Just keep it there until a doctor comes
Yeah.
to you.
Otherwise, you bleed out.
And then, of course, Butcherman. That's where he appears out of nowhere and takes Danny hostage. Sadly, because yep, Danny has his moment, his point break moment. Because yeah, of course, his dad is running away. He needs to let him go, and he can't shoot him. And I mean, he probably could have capped him in the legs, but hey,
No,
that's
it's
just me.
No, it works.
But don't
It's
worry.
it's family. It's family.
Sanford's
It's family.
Most Wanted will take care of this.
Oh yeah, there it is. He took care of it, man. Sanford's Most Wanted took out Sanford's Most Wanted. It's poetic. Oh man. Then of course, that's basically the end of it. And with the London Commission coming in and saying that they need him back because the numbers are down, so they actually want him to come back because it's not looking good for them, which
Kiss my ass.
understandable, I guess. This would probably happen actually. The fact that they bring in Martin Freeman is back and everyone is there with their chopper. So what I don't understand is these guys do come coincidentally because he hasn't been answering their phone calls, right?
Right.
All right. So it's not because like they were called in specifically or
No,
anything
they
like
say
that.
No, this is when he was
trying
being
to get a
ignored.
hold of you.
And he was saying he was busy, and then the second time is when he he was in kill mode.
Then, you know, all's well that ends well. Everyone's being processed.
Everyone's doing paperwork. Look at the change here. Everyone is doing paperwork instead of fucking around. Look what Nicholas has done to this place. So he's balanced them out, and they've balanced him. It's like that's what this whole movie is pretty much about. Like they were there's a level that they needed to reach. He was too extreme. They were too low, and they came together in like a beautiful way.
Yep.
So there's so many things that work in this movie. It's not just a comedy, not just a murder mystery.
Yeah, and then of course you got this dude coming out with I don't even fucking know what this is.
It's a blunderbuss.
Yeah, blunderbuss.
Blunderbuss is what that's
Okay,
called.
tell what is a blunderbuss?
Blunderbuss.
Basically, you load it with a bunch
it's
of
like
shit,
a Navy.
essentially.
Yeah, so it was a Navy deck clearing gun the Marines used to.
Is it non-lethal?
No, it's
it's very lethal.
Basically, you loaded a bunch of shit. I'm saying you
it's a giant muzzle loading shotgun.
Yeah, so it's an early form of shotgun. You eventually just like chuck a load of shrapnel and crap in it, and it just blasts it out in front of everything.
I would say this is the way I would explain it. It's basically like, you know what a nail bomb is, right?
Yeah.
So it's
like a
basically
shrapnel bomb type thing.
Yeah, it's basically like a nail bomb that goes in one direction.
Yeah.
Rather than all over.
This way towards enemy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Everything in that direction is screwed.
Dude, when I search up blunderbuss on YouTube, the only thing I get is like on Google. The first thing I get is the Super Mario wiki. It's in Mario, man. All right,
What is
cool.
the blunderbuss? What is the blunderbuss in Mario? What is that?
I don't know. And yeah, well, of course he manages to shoot Ed, which so I guess this maybe it's because it's a really old gun, probably doesn't have as much kickback or something. I don't know. I think the fact that Ed survives is kind
no, they have a lot of kickback. It's basically like a controlled explosion.
It's purely how much black powder you put into it as to what the kick's going to be.
Yeah, this is very highly unrealistic that he would survive this. But then again, pretty soon something else is going to happen that's even more unrealistic that they would survive.
Well, you know what? Let me just play the clip of that weird, unrealistic thing that happens.
Oh, God, no.
You guys think
Everybody
they blew up the local police
dead.
station for this?
No.
Did they?
So the interesting thing to me, and my wife and I were talking about this. So the you know, he manages to not kill any of the baddies during the assault on the city. Did he just kill? Did the old guy just kill all of the townspeople with the sea mine?
Oh shit, that's true.
So here's the thing about this. So first of all, a sea mine is designed to take down an like a battleship made of iron. So yes, this is exactly what would happen to that building, and everybody inside of it would be extremely dead. So let's just throw that one out there. But it's it technically, who would be the one at fault here? So like we just said, like he didn't kill anybody up to that point. Would you consider that his only kill of the film?
I don't even think it's his kill, but the thing is that he went through all of that work to not kill, and then they all end up dead anyway.
I think the biggest travesty of justice for him is the fact that all the paperwork they were doing now has to be redone.
Yeah, he's got to do that again. Well, I don't know. I mean, they're all dead, so you don't have to worry about putting a case up against them.
Yeah,
right?
it might be a good thing that it blew up. They might be relieved.
Just put it in the morgue and that's it.
Now you just have to do the paperwork about getting a replacement police house.
I was gonna say the explosion's clearly over the top. Everyone should have been died, but like you can't have that sea mine and not have a fucking payoff. So you've already established the tone to be able to use it, and from what we see here, it's like they played into it. It's not anything crazy. I think the biggest question here is the Ed thing. You think it was the right decision to keep him alive, or
I'm more bothered that he's like I like the fact that he survived, but I hope like they could have shot him, I guess, in the shoulder or something.
I'm saying, do you think it would have been more impactful for the film in terms of what the movie's trying to say, like having a serious element like that, like him actually losing the one friend he got here?
I honestly truly believe that there was two. I truly believe that there was two endings, and they probably tested both of them. because the way
Yeah.
that the ending is filmed, and we're probably about to see it.
Because you do see it, right? It's
yeah.
in it for a second. So I think you're right. Maybe test audience were like upset with him because you see what Shaun. Maybe you know what? Maybe the same thing happened in Shaun of the Dead, and that's why they had the zombie video game.
Yeah, zombie head in the shed.
I remember not wanting him to die and being happy that scene was there. Maybe it's the same thing. I think I just answered my own question.
I think that
good job, buddy.
I think if you kill,
there we go.
if you kill Danny, then you lose an important character arc. And so the two of them start on like extremes where Angel is ludicrously competent and fixated entirely on work, and Danny's a complete fuck up. And then throughout the movie, they kind of move to the middle and then meet. And I don't know that it would be as good if it was just you just then leave Angel.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. That's one of the components. Like having that final scene of seeing them both competent and Angel respecting him. The scene of them being equals at the end is like very important, and you would have missed that. Yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with Ed surviving. I think it's a good choice. Well, at least it's a happy ending because like most action movies have happy endings also. So
the reason I bring it up is because like almost every piece of this movie is like, don't touch it, it's perfect. Is the one thing I wonder, how would it have played if it worked this way? But no, that just convinced me.
I think if there's
one of those examples of the theme really dictating what the scene does, which is not always the best way to do things, but occasionally you have to. But let's say it had played out the other way and he'd actually died.
Yeah.
The entire theme of the film is different. I mean, Simon Pegg's journey through this is being unable to keep down friends and family because he's so committed to his job. And if his job ends up getting the closest thing he has to a friend killed, then all of a sudden this quite charming, light-hearted, optimistic film becomes the bleakest thing in the world.
Yeah. It's
you can change all you want. They're still dead.
It could have been a potent message, but it definitely would have changed. It would overshadow the entire. You don't want to come out of a movie like this with a sad feeling. It's just not the one.
Had it been a pure action movie, I could see them going that route, but because of the comedic element, the fact that it's a comedy action movie, they couldn't do it.
This is just my brain looking for the options and scenes, but in terms of this movie, this was definitely the best approach.
Well, yeah, as Dark Hour was saying, I think that I could see them doing a proper ending like that, and it would transform the themes, as Platoon was saying. And I think that's why in The World's End they sort of went more somber. All of that is explored. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, like The World's End is a depressing movie.
I think that's part of. I think they earned it by that point. I would assume to be like the one thing I do know about that movie is that they deal with more like difficult themes.
They deal with alcoholism.
It's a different point of life. So
like that. So yeah,
you have Shaun of the Dead is basically welcome to adulting. This one is maybe you're adulting a bit too hard and ignoring the things that make life worth living. And then by at World's End, it's you're kind of getting on towards the end, right? You're no longer on the front side of the slope, right?
You're out of your prime,
down, right? And having to deal with the mortality and the consequences of life choices and all that. And so that one should necessarily be darker.
Oh yeah, I think you can tell that they wanted to go a bit darker, and I'm glad that they did, man. But I do prefer Ed surviving, Danny surviving, just way better. Even they try and do a fake out, but I mean the fake out doesn't really.
They do the fake out in Shaun of the Dead too.
Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
I think they play with it just long enough for you to get the taste of what it could have meant, but like, oh, good thing he's back. Like they.
But I also think I really do believe that they filmed two versions of this.
Yeah,
just based on the way that it the camera work is.
And there it is again, as Brooks was saying before. It's like one of the most important people in the film. We finally pay respects to her, and we finally get to see her.
Our Aristotelian prime mover.
Dearly beloved wife of Frank and mother of Daniel. 1915, 1993. Yep, man, 1993, the year everything started. Do we have a specific year for what like Hot Fuzz is set in, or is it just set in 2007?
I would just assume it was. For my whole thing is if they don't actually state what year it is, I always just assume that it's the year
current
it came out.
year.
Yeah, current year.
So there's an interesting the shot prior to this. So it's shot from above, showing the police car. So in the when he first gets there, they're driving, I don't know, Astras or some total hunk of shit pedal car. in the Sheen when they walk up to it, they're WRX. Right. So it's like he's upgraded the car to be more hot,
Oh yeah.
Fast and
yeah.
all of that, right?
That's true.
You got
That's
it
true.
all
That's
upgraded.
true.
You remember that?
Rip Irene, you on.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us have been on Zach's stream, I see.
And then
Well, that started with Brownie's stream.
No,
that was-
Irene is very, very specifically a thing that's involved with
Oh.
Zach's and Tim's talk. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
and then of course, well, I've got the last clip to show you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yeah. Well, we were talking about the car that's supercharged now. Well, let's see what it does.
Time to rock and roll. Bring the noise.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Hot Fuzz. Man, we made it.
There it is.
Great day for America.
And there's
Oh,
a couple
jeez.
I wasn't
behind the
expecting that
scenes
one.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I always the behind the scenes shot is always my favorite one.
Yeah, behind the scenes are that is one of the things I miss, man. You don't get to see this stuff nowadays as much. Like,
no, they keep it a
all
lot
this-
closer to the vest now.
What are they got to do? Is show just blue screen there, like,
Exactly.
behind the screen?
It's so true. It's so fucking lame now, man. All this.
You don't, yeah.
It's one of the most charming aspects of it because you get to really.
I use
see
a
the
lot
other
of
character that went into it.
I use a lot of behind the scenes stuff for my videos, and
Yeah, but-
so many times you just see the green screens, and I'm just like, this is ugly.
Man,
but it's
even
what I
even
have,
just
you know?
in the lengths, like now instead of just releasing full blown, I guess like 3 hours, 4 hours of just random cuts and specials. Right now you have like what maximum an hour. That's it, pretty much.
Yeah.
And plus they're kind of I guess 2 to 3 minute different featurettes. That's all you get. It's not interesting.
There's so many people that delved into the behind the scenes stuff for Lord of the Rings, went through all that because I remember them being one of the first ones I saw for the DVDs that I had as a kid, being very extensive. And the fact that that's not like, I don't know, that's something that really they should have found a way to maintain because I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Well, I
man.
think that's so I remember Star Wars and all of those movies coming out. There were always specials about like how they did the effects and all that, right? And that's how I got deeply interested in movies and how they
Exactly.
were made. And
I didn't care about directing until I saw the way they made Lord of the Rings and all the work that they put into it. Like I could never even thought of it. It's just you just watch movies, but like it's so many elements that go into storytelling that are just not respected. And that
I didn't
would be
care
one of
about
the-
directing.
Yeah.
I didn't care about directing until they started being really bad at it, and I was like, "What is going wrong
Yeah, but
with these movies?"
that's just like acting.
Yeah.
You don't notice bad acting. Like you don't notice the acting until it's bad. Like acting should
Right.
be seamless. You know what I mean? You don't notice shit directing until like why does JJ have these lens flares in my fucking eye? Like all this crap, you know? like you don't notice bad writing until you fucking get confronted with something like TLJ and like Game of Thrones, and then like it just changes the whole way you look at movies. Like everyone has their epiphany moment, but I don't know. I
Man.
think behind the scenes stuff is a better way to educate people.
Man, behind the scenes stuff is like some of the most entertaining to watch. I mean, I've been doing that old boy video for I don't know how many months now, and
That's about 17 years. You've been doing
dude,
that
there's
video.
so much behind the scenes stuff. I mean, there's a documentary about the hallway scene, just the hallway scene. Then there's another 3-hour documentary about the making of the movie. Then there's several other like 2 to 3 hour long like sort of documentary compilations that they made for the DVD. And they also made another one for the 20-year re-release that was like last year. It's like there's so much behind the scenes shit. And like I guess you look at a movie today where arguably they would have the most behind the scenes stuff because they're filming on digital cameras, which of course you don't run out of film on that one. So you probably have the most to exploit, but we just get less and less, which I find like really annoying because behind the scenes stuff is what I used to watch growing up, and that's what got me into filmmaking.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You can develop a passion for movies easily, just watch them, but like understanding the craft and all the work that goes into them, like that's a whole different story.
Oh yeah.
And
Like,
you don't get
nowadays,
any
you don't
insight
get
into
shit.
that. Like people don't know where to look for that. It's just you don't even know where to start.
That's why you only look at old movies nowadays, because they're the only ones that have like a fair amount of behind the scenes footage that you can look in, even with the directors, with the writers, especially with the makeup artists. Like some of those are some of the most compelling things that you'll ever see. Just makeup dudes like building
Practical
fucking-
effects.
Doing
one of the funnest
doing
things.
the appliances and all of that. Right?
There's a scene in Terminator 2 with Sarah Connor. They use her twin sister and like a mirror to have like some crazy practical effect. Like you know,
They use her
visual
twin multiple times.
Yeah, and
she's
I
in
think
it.
things like that are just brilliant. Like, it's CGI has its own. The blending of CGI with practical is incredible, but like I just don't want to see it overused and abused to the point where like we forget how we even got here in the first place. It drives me nuts.
Right, it should be an enhancement of reality, not a replacement for
It should
reality.
supplement the story,
Right,
not just fucking like overshadow it.
Yep. And, that was Hot Fuzz, man. We managed to cover it.
Yeah. And I didn't eat my Snickers.
Oh shit! Well, you fueled this time. You didn't just die on this. This guy died during the most important part of No Country for Old Men. Let's rub it in real quick.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Just you
yeah, I guess we'll do our closing final thoughts, and then we'll put a nice bookmark at their bookend at the end of this one. So
what was everyone's favorite setup and payoff?
My favorite one is definitely the two guns jumping through the air. Like that's my favorite one.
The movie stuff.
Man, there's so many to choose from. That's
what I mean. That's why I asked earlier. That's why I asked real early.
I know, and I was watching through, and I was like, "Oh, I love that," but no, that one. But this
exactly.
one, oh, shit.
It's like fuck, man. I know. I really like the everyone and their mother is packing shotguns just because of how funny the scene is. Actually, when we finally see the mom packing the shotgun, it's like
mom.
It just pays off so well. For me, it would probably be that.
Yeah, that's a good setup.
I think mine is Fascist and Hag.
That's a pretty good one too.
Fascism.
Oh, you Platoon.
Brooks is taking us to the gun show.
Oh god, this guy say that every time. This guy. Platoon, you?
God. I don't know. I don't think I could pick a favorite one. I like the fact that they turned Chekhov's gun into a swan. Chekhov's swan is quite good. I don't know if it's my favorite. It's like who thinks to do that. Yeah, I'll go with that one. There's probably another one that's better, but I'll go with that.
Yeah, for me, it's the separation of the joke, the Aaron A. Aronson one. It's like I didn't even imagine that they would bring that back as a joke because there's a lot of ones that you can like, yeah, they're definitely going to do something with that. I didn't even see that coming, and I just find it like such a clever use. Just another highlight of how they don't waste any of their opportunities.
Yeah, man. Do we have anything else that we should add for Hot Fuzz?
I mean, I'm good personally.
I know when we saw Shaun of the Dead, we kind of ranked the movies
Cornetto
movies based
yeah.
on our memories or whatever. Having rewatched Hot Fuzz recently, have any of you changed your ranking?
I think I said Hot Fuzz was my number one and Shaun of the Dead's number two, and then by default my number three was because I haven't seen it, World's End. So
Yeah,
I mean that one that might displace things, but I have a feeling not.
Yeah.
For me, World's End is still number one.
Really?
Just man, it's just too good, man. Especially
I've never seen it. That's why I'm like really curious. I've never seen anyone put this
like in terms of objectivity, it's not as competent as Hot Fuzz. I think objectively, Hot Fuzz is number one. It's just
but it's just your favorite.
Just too tight. But I mean, emotion wise, The World's End is just that shit can hit me like really, really does. Because I mean, it's just so much emotion in that movie. The characters as well, they're dealing with actual, real people's struggles. Kind of like in Shaun of the Dead, he's dealing with something that you can relate to a bit more than Hot Fuzz. Because for me, Hot Fuzz, I mean, I like my work, so like I don't really get lost in it. So I can't really identify on that. But man,
I definitely think the character. Definitely think the character he's playing in Shaun of the Dead, and from what I hear, The World's End is probably more relatable to the average person for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh
but
yeah,
something about
the World's End.
Yeah. But
even his friend group, man. You honestly should watch it when you get free time. I'm telling you.
No, I'm 100% gonna watch it, especially after breaking down the first two. Like I gotta.
World's End, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz. In terms of preference, in terms of objectivity, Hot Fuzz, Shaun of the Dead, World's End. Yep. Still stand on that. All right.
Okay, well, I'll just add World's End to the
Dark Hour.
schedule.
Making the calendar right now. Well, I
I
guess
still need to rewatch that. It's the only one that's made virtually no impression on me at all. And I've seen it
Yeah.
a couple of times. So
Really?
for the other two ranking is usually it's whichever one I've most recently seen is number one. So like if I've just watched Hot Fuzz is the best, and if I've just watched Shaun of the Dead, I slightly prefer it. I think objectively Hot Fuzz is technically the best. It's probably the funniest as well. But I don't know. There is something about Shaun of the Dead that's just a little bit more charm. I don't know. I'm going to go with Hot Fuzz as the best.
I'll make it easier for you. Like I like Shaun of the Dead more in terms of like that's the one I'd rather just throw on and rewatch in like almost a day.
because it has the romantic aspect.
Not even just that. Like I love horror, and I just find it so much more relatable, and like the pacing of Shaun of the Dead it just really works for me. Hot Fuzz is more like I really got to be in the mood to like take in all the components of this movie. It's much more dense. I think it's just a little bit longer as well. So it's the better movie. It's better written, but I still like Shaun of the Dead more, just entertainment wise. But some of the best jokes I've ever seen in my life are in Hot Fuzz, just in terms of the quality of them.
Oh yeah. So yeah, guys. I guess it's time to plug your shit. Unless you guys have something else that you want to add on Hot Fuzz. Anything? No.
It's fantastic. One of the best comedies ever.
I'm just sitting here typing out all your names on the list. You're locked in. You can't go anywhere now.
All right. Well, I guess I'll start with the Platoon.
Legally binding contract.
Platoon, thank you for coming on already. And do you have anything that you want to plug to the people?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Do I? I don't know. It depends if Echo ever gets past this stupid fucking copyright system. So, like, in theory, it's done. It's just I don't know when it's coming out. After that, it'll be like, Madam Web and whatever else is coming out in February. And that's kind of it for me, I think.
Dude, plan on doing a Madam Web video, big one or a short one, like 40 minutes?
Oh, who knows? I'll wait till I see the film. Hopefully not too long, but if it's really shit, then it'll be a long video.
Real quick, what do you say is the worst part of Echo?
The end. The fact that it doesn't really have one.
Yeah.
You go through all of this nonsense of building up, and then suddenly, all of a sudden, like magical ancestor powers to go and mind rape the Kingpin, and then she doesn't even do that. She just gives up. She goes into his mind, doesn't fix his mind, and then leaves him. And then they just cut
He's probably got more problems now. He's probably more of an emotional wreck after her doing that. Like that's the best.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm contemplating going back and watching all the Daredevil stuff and maybe making something on the Kingpin because I can't believe you made me hate a show this much in 5 episodes. It's nuts. Yeah.
It's all about efficiency.
I still have to watch Daredevil.
Wait, the first period? Like you've never seen it at all?
I've seen the first 2 episodes. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I've not seen much of it either.
It's definitely
I'm with you, Dark
first
Hour.
season and the first half of second
European
season.
people. Yeah.
No, I mean I just haven't seen
what
it.
in the hell is wrong with you?
TV shows for me are always tough to watch.
It's more of a commitment. It's much more of a commitment.
Yeah, and I mean by the time everyone was telling me to watch it, only season 1 had been out. So like I always prefer watching a TV show when I know that it's completely done. Fucking Game of Thrones just burnt me too much. Honestly,
yeah, seriously. I'm like that now for sure. Like when it comes to TV shows specifically, movie is a risk. You can get in and out, but committing to a show that just fucking falls apart.
Movies. My rule is if I start the film, I'll end it. No matter even if it's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. You never know. The third act can always be entertaining. That's happened to me a lot of times where the first 2 acts are absolute garbage. Third act was super entertaining. Movie was still trash though. At least I left the movie happy. But for TV shows, just too much of a commitment, way too much. But Platoon, thank you for coming on, man. Really, really do appreciate spending I guess 4 hours with us at this point.
Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. And I guess Emperor Ming.
Yes.
Dang.
I'm definitely not on the right pills. So I've got B-sides on Fridays where Adam Gray tortures me with terrible movies. Otherwise, I think I've kind of finished out a block of being on a bunch of stuff lately. So anything that in the near future will be pure chance.
But those 7 times were very poignant.
Yes.
He didn't have to speak. We were watching his life.
Platoon gets paid like a rate of £200 per word. That's why.
Yeah, you have no idea how much I had to pay him to get him on here.
I think that's actually why the stream got age restricted. Was the ASMR was a little too strong.
But yeah, for Jay, you guys can check it. It's in the chat. It's not in the chat, in the description. It's in brackets, regular on B-sides. Then of course, yeah, B-roll stage. Melvin Deeply just linked it. Go check it out. It's a great show on Fridays, man. And Brooks, what about you, man? What you got going on?
He's teasing you about the old boy video, but I've been working on an MCU video for like months now because I keep getting interrupted by other videos here and there. So the top 5 format that I'm going to be introducing soon. Definitely trying to get that work done soon. And until then, just appearing on podcasts and hanging out. But I just want to throw out the Echo video that I made is like, I'm really happy with the response for that. So if anyone hasn't seen it, check it out. Really, really, really important video in terms of like what's going on with these stupid strong female leads right now.
Literally in the first minute, he shows you how trash Echo is.
It's just fucking terrible. It's so bad. Like, and it's funny you mentioned Daredevil because my opening highlights a scene that everybody liked because I think it does a really good job of cultural inclusion in a natural way without shoving it in your face. And it cuts right to an example of how Echo does the opposite. So fuck that show and check it out if anyone who hasn't seen it.
Yeah, man. I guess Dark Hour, man. What about you?
It is my channel, but I'll
all right.
But yeah, so I'm also doing my own version of a top list, but it's going to be called Standing 8 Count. It's not really. I decided that I wanted to go with 8 and keep my theme of fighting. The first one is going to be. I haven't quite finalized the name yet, but it's basically unexpectedly awesome action sequences in otherwise actionless films. So like things that kind of similar to what happened. One of my short list was actually from Hot Fuzz, but because the last it's like literally like the whole last act is the action sequence, I felt it was just too much of it for it to be unexpected. So, but it's going to be that. I'm going to do a review of Madam Web because I can't wait for that hilarity to come out. I'm also working on some more Star Wars stuff for the first time in a while. I'm trying to get some older projects that I didn't abandon but like shelved for a little while back on track. So
it's hard to keep track of these things sometimes. Something pops up, you start making. So, you have to go with the passion, man. You can't always hold on to these.
Yeah, that was the thing. Is
I abandon old scripts at the same time. It's a hard balance.
No, but there was if I'm writing something and I feel like I'm just not feeling this, I'm like I gotta do something else, and I'll come back to this later. You know? That's
what I was saying. I've made 4 videos while in between this other video because you get hot for it, you get cold for it. It's just you got to make sure you're interested. You don't want to turn it into work.
Dude, I've been trying to make a video on the road for actually since I started YouTube, and it is one of the toughest things that I've done, like in terms of videos, because it's so difficult to crack which type of the aspect of which I'm gonna tackle the subject.
I was about to say, what do you even say about that movie?
Exactly.
Movies like that, I just don't even want to talk. Just watch it. Like there's not much.
That's the thing. So I don't know, man. At least Old Boy, I have like an angle for it. It's like it's a modern Greek tragedy, so I can just do that. But then, man, for the road, it's something else. I also want to do a Megamind video because I fucking love Megamind. I quote Megamind every day in my everyday life, which is pretty fun. But it's annoying because people don't understand my references.
Metrocity.
Metrocity, yes. Metro, man. Metrocity. It's like, I love you, random citizen. It's like, yep. And so, yeah, so I mean, I guess that leaves me. So, yeah, I was supposed to have a video out actually next week, believe it or not, because I'm kind of iffy right now with the videos. But in French or in English, I'm doing all my videos in English, man. I'm never doing a French video because I'm way more eloquent in English. I know more synonyms, etc., etc.
It's amazing because it's your third language.
No, English is my first. French is my second, and then Spanish is my third. So yeah. But yeah, man. So in terms of videos, I'll probably have one out. Well, I just want to get rid of this throat problem that I have, and then once it's
thanks for making it.
yeah, it's like once it's gone, I'm gonna crack out a video. It's gonna be a response to Madame Web. It's that French arachnid horror movie I was talking to you guys about a couple of, I think it was in December. So yeah, instead of doing Madame Web, well, I'm gonna cover a different arachnid horror movie. So keeps in theme with spiders, I guess. And yeah, pretty much that. We've got 2 hosts, not next week, the week after, on the 27th, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
I have the we have it's the 24th. It's Hard Boiled.
Yeah, Hard Boiled. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen Hard Boiled, I highly recommend it. One of the best Hong Kong action movies I've ever seen. Been watching it for a
Awesome
while
usage
right
of
now.
squibs and stuff. It's
Oh yeah, I mean, if you want to see a actual full-scale hospital be blown up just for a third act, that is where you go, man. Keep in mind, China didn't have all these safety regulations back in the 80s, so
they still don't have those safety regulations.
it's basically. But yeah, so I mean, that's pretty much it for me. I guess that's for everyone on the panel. Chat, you guys absolutely fantastic. You guys were on fire today. I think we had I guess 30 or 40 people watching throughout the entire
we topped out about like 44 or something, which is good.
Yeah.
By the end of the year, I want to get this to consistently having about 100 or so people watching.
Hopefully, yeah. And yeah, I hope that we could keep you guys entertained for 4 hours on Hot Fuzz, and hopefully we'll bring this merry gang back for
Oh, they're booked
the
already.
World's
They can't get out of
Yeah,
it.
you basically cannot say no. So
it's on record.
I guess that's it. Thanks again to everyone who sent in super chats. Dark Hour, it's your channel, man. You got to say this shit.
Oh yes. Well, yes. Thank you to the audience. I mean, I'm so used to you doing the closing at this point, but
That's
thank you for the super chats. They are always appreciated. Everything goes right back into the channel, and it allows me to do more of this stuff I love to do with my buddy Uninspired and all my other friends that I bring along. So, but I think that's about time we hit the old dusty trail. What do you think?
All right, you handle it, man. I always
got
fuck it up. All right, see ya.
I'm on it.